You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Sometimes I just get angry when I see somebody watch an ex-man achievement and declare that that was easy. They don't see all the struggle and all the failure. They quickly form allegiance to toast the winner. But in this life, yeah, there's a truth, and every tree you see have a root, and it's from way below the surface you bring up your food. Now Thomas Edison, the light bulb inventor, his 2,000 times he failed before the bulb could light. And when he reached age 67, a fire cost him 2 million. That's when the studio burned to the ground one December night. But he stood strong, faithful to his craft. And 3 weeks later, released his first phonograph. You see, he had the stuff great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. I say he had the stuff great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. Okay, Shaq. They say that pressure, it does make diamonds out of rock. And it's the same with the human character when our dreams are dumbstruck. In a jail, 2 men looking out through the same bars. One will fail, cause he see mud while the other sees stars. You see, while pressure humbles the meek, it strengthens who earnestly seek. It's the barometer that measures the strong and the weak. Because Martin Luther and South Africa Nelson Mandela did darkness in their jail cell couldn't dim their lights. And civil rights advocacies only fuel more energies. For the more injustice rages, the more they fight. And for 27 years, Nelson Mandela suffered. And from jail became president of South Africa. You see, Nelson had the stuff that great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. Potential, I say he had the stuff that great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface.
This is Caribbean Vibes. This is Caribbean Vibes.
Check any success story, take anyone you wish, and you'll see the road is often littered with blocks and rubbish. But as you clear one hurdle, you will meet another. And as you lift one burden, you'll hit the next gutter. You see, while your progress is slow, your determination must grow. Just affirm and confess the success you already know. Don't you know Elvis Presley was fired by Jimmy Denny? After just one show, he was told, go back and drive truck. And the great Beethoven of music, imagine he was deaf at 46, but that's when he produced his greatest musical stuff. And the great Caruso stood firm by his choice, although his teacher told him you can sing and you have no voice. But he had the stuff. Great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. Oh, he had the stuff. Great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. Yeah, Shaki. As a nation, we will do well to train our young, not to adopt a luck and chance approach or a gaming disposition. For they will dream of easy money and sweet tomorrow from a get-rich scheme with a 1 in 100,000 ratio. We need to teach foundations of truth. Trees that send down good roots, not parasites that sucks at little gut fruits. Don't you know Basdale Pandit walked so many miles barefoot to school, land in England with $6 to take his luck horse. And after Napoleon Airman Robinson, imagine he was shot and in prison. Half blind and dying, he said attack with full force. For such men were buried, leadership was meant. No wonder they're prime minister and president. You see, they had the stuff. Great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface. I see they had the stuff. Great men are made of. It's the stuff you could miss unless you look below the surface.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
The way the world is going on, all the hopes start to fall back down. This might sound like fallacy, 79 proved this to me. I sure you remember the fall of many world leaders, rulers of oppression, overthrown by the oppressed man. The table turning, sir, round and round. All them oppressors falling down. The table turning, sir, round and round. Now the oppressor is the oppressed one.
Round and round, falling down, round and round.
Magic 13th of 79, an incident came to mind. Bishop overthrow Gary, backed by the People's Army. Well, look at Samosa, moved by the Sandinistas. Ethiopia in Uganda, and Emperor Bokassa. The table turning, sir, round and round. All them oppressor falling down. Table turning, sir, round and round. Now the oppressor is the oppressed one.
Round and round,
Falling down,
round and round.
the world's a wheel, the Bible said, that keeps spinning every day. Today you rule a kingdom, tomorrow you in the opposite position. They shall control Iran with everything at his command. Ayatollah took his position, now they shall leave Iran and run. The table turning, sir,
Round and round,
all them oppressor
falling down,
the table turning, sir,
round and round.
now the oppressor is the oppressed one.
Round and round,
Falling down,
you're falling down,
round and round,
round and round.
falling down,
You're falling down,
round and round,
you're turning side.
falling
I
down,
said you're falling down,
round and round,
on them oppressor.
falling down,
You're falling down,
round and round.
round and round.
79
I
falling down
said you're falling
was the year of overthrow.
you're turning side.
We do not know what 80 might bring. We have seen the fall of many great leaders,
Falling down,
though they were dictators. We have seen Idi Amin, the Shah,
falling down,
and Emperor Bokassa.
you're turning
We do not know who is next.
you're falling
So our leaders who walk the same pathway with those dictators, I say take heed, for you do not know if you are next.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
Laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here, security. We and them dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. We and them dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP, no more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. One, restart the economy, to health sector, immediate victory. Abolish crime, put sports on the front line. Oh, every pipe must have water. 5, roads smooth as 6, provide people with work. UNC and making jokes. Tell them drilling say, we and them dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin, inside sources say, we and them dead. Tell them Arnold say, we and them dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hearse ready, read the red eulogy. We and them dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamla say, we and them dead. Some of the members say, the party dead, dead, dead. When the carrot come leaders hear what's up, seems like not one of them was in shock. Put them in one big box, we and them dead. Tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say, the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make investors not coming for the work. No more ice cream and cake, we and them dead, dead, dead. The red party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still lawlessness. 1, UNC on a mission 2, to correct the school system. 3, end poverty and clean up TNT. 4, speed up the housing process. 5, lower taxes. 6, revamp we energy, bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamla say, we and them dead. Petrochain workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money, the end is here, security. We and them dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say, we and them dead. Even the 1% say, the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making, the DMO leaving. We and them dead, dead, dead. Tell them drilling say, we and them dead. Social media say, the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin, inside sources say, we and them dead. Tell them Arnold say, we and them dead. Police, army and prison say, the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hearse ready, read the red eulogy. We and them dead, dead, dead.
No more rain, no more rain, no more rain, no more rain. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not watching for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching at the law, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. No more red. 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 No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way. We want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you.
For Trinidad and Tobago to grow, PNM must go.
PNM, your days are numbered. UNC will take over. Trinidad and Tobago, yellow is the code.
PNM, them in too much bacchanal.
Them say PNM sleeping with the criminals. When PNM in power, the crime rate goes up higher. PNM breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, them don't care about them character. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never to come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time.
PNM, them in too much confusion.
Them say PNM blocking out good governance. When PNM in power, more taxes is the order. PNM breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, it's for the rich to get richer. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never to come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time.
PNM, them in too much corruption.
Them say UNC is the only solution. When the PP was in power, the country started to prosper. PNM come break the country every time. When PNM in power, Lavantil continues to suffer. PNM bankrupt the country every time. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never will come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time.
PNM,
Them spiteful and real bad mind. Them say
PNM,
breaks the country every time. When PNM in power, criminals they appoint all over. PNM breaks the country every time. But when Tamla come in power, all corruption will uncover. UNC will make our lives live better. Them say PNM must go far, far away. Never will come back until judgment day. PNM who breaks the country every time. reserve has diminished with this wicked PNM, bad-minded and spiteful PNM government. Your days are numbered. Yellow is the code. Trinidad and Tobago, yellow is the code. Vote UNC for.
Just imagine the PLM on fire, Young on fire, the government on fire. The people want Kamla, the people want Kamla, the people want Kamla, the people want Kamla. Who the people want Kamla? Who the people want Kamla? 10 years now the people suffering, raising tax and raising everything. Now it's time to vote them out of all you know who they want? The people want Kamla, the people want Kamla, the people want Kamla, the people want Kamla. Reckon I need you voting for Kamla, reckon I need you voting for Kamla, reckon I need you voting for Kamla. People want Kamla, Puna want Kamla, Siparia want Kamla, Tapanano want Kamla. First thing, election morning, go and vote for the UNC, even if the rain falling. Go and vote for the sleeping time. Sleeping time. Oh, sleeping time. I wasn't. Everybody say. Everybody say Kamla. Come here, come here. Every vote for UNC. Peace and prosperity. We can secure we family right here in TNT. Say everybody know this is the whole show. Who will ask all the tax and give the children laptops? Is who we voted? Yes, we voted for Kamla. Every UNC family. Where's the flag? Where's the flag? Sing it out. Who? Say Kamla. Everybody say Kamla. Again, hey, Kamla. We're waiting. The leader's coming. The next Prime Minister of Trinidad.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement. Grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Could we rise again as a nation?
What do you mean, could we rise again as a nation?
Okay, because the state of the country.
What do you mean by the state of the country? I don't understand that. Explain me.
Right, the country have plenty money.
Have plenty money?
Yeah.
How you know that?
Could we rise again as a nation?
What do you mean? Could we rise again as a nation?
Okay, because the state of the country.
What do you mean by the state of the country? I don't understand that. Explain me.
Right, the country have plenty money.
Plenty money?
Yeah.
How you know that? So you have to tell me I have a child. Tell me now. How you know that? Gentlemen, thank you for the day. I can't really understand that.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, yo. My nation is beginning. Prophecy unfolding. Judgment in morning. I love you still, mommy. When will it end? Tell me, how did we come this way? Oh, my Trinidad and Tobago. While the nation still hope and pray, the devil busy, I say. Oh, my Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, no, I'm feeling the pain for you, mama. Revelation strikes at your corner. Still we are holding on. Your children have lost their way, fighting for survival each day. Oh, no. Going from dawn till dawn. What's happening to my country? Every day is a sacrifice. Blood flowing like water daily. Lives could be lost at any price. The anthem is now a whisper. Some don't care to stand when it play. The lawless is now in control, so the good folks going away. Oh, my Trinity, strange signs all around we are. The hills are alive in a different way. Your babies are dying, brutally I'm seeing here. Could we rise again, come what may? Yeah. Oh, the mighty dollar. Now cast a spell of uncertainty. Oh, my Trinidad and Tobago. You see, when the rich is getting richer, the poor must remain empty. Oh, my Trinidad. Know that error. I say, oh, no, people falling for pain and hunger, inflation, cost of living higher. Can't get no daily bread. So the youth them on top the hill, somehow they bread basket to fill. Oh, no, so they turn to crime instead. The arms of the state disappointed, still their salaries are daunted. Large increase in the fiscal budget, oil money reach a all-time high. Don't buy no jet for so much of money when the hospitals are in need. Poor people at everyone's mercy, so the hill reacting indeed. Oh, no. Yeah, the people cry, yeah. The hills are alive in a different way. Them who take in we money must pay for it dearly one day. Could we rise again, come what may? Yeah. How could we truly excel in the midst of all this suffering? Oh, my Trinidad. No. Tell me, like Shadow said, poverty is hell, so it seems like the devil is king. Oh, my Trinidad. Oh, my Trinidad. No. Cocaine and guns in the heart of the ghetto is what we sow, we shall reap tomorrow. Who are we going to blame? Even school children doing crime, well, that is a sign of the time. Oh, my lord, have we now gone insane? Whilst we kill, we own one by one. Skyscrapers going up in town. Chinese laborers at the core. This new city some shall see no more. So we have to hold on to CPEP 10 days and must to get along. Scraping the bottom of the barrel with all this money in town. My Lord, the hills are alive in a different way. You have to do more for the people. Better wages to ease we struggle, yeah. Could we rise again, come what may, yeah. In this abundance of wealth, still the poor people cannot cope. Oh, my Trinidad and Tobago. It is a stark reality. So much of even a hope. Oh my Trinidad. Oh my Trinidad. Oh my, oh no, oh no. Some turn to vagrants in the city. Homeless children begging of mercy, Lord. Child abuse have risen again. Look like Jean and Dinah come back in town. The girls and them singing the song. To survive by any means necessary, dignity gone down the drain. Some say the leaders have failed to do right for one and for all. When there is an imbalance of the scale, then the writing is on the wall. If you ignore the plight of the people, well, the devil shall intervene. It's only divine intervention. I hope you know what I mean. Well, is it true that God is a Trinity with all these crimes in sweet La Trinity? No, no. The hills are alive in a different way.
Population go, run control, jail control.
And is it true we have all this money in this land of so much poverty? No, no. The Lord is my shepherd, come what may, yeah. To you the powers that be, hear the cries of the people you see. All this wealth and nothing for we. No, 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 no. Because of living is too high. This little money the poor can't buy. Oh my, oh my, why? There must be a way. There must be a way. There must be a way to help the people today. I say, there must be a way. There must be a way. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. From Genesis to Revelation, in my Father's house there are many mansions. To take care of 1.3 million natural resources, he made provision to feed this nation. Look, we have oil and gas, it's lake and mass, and calypso, choppy and limbo. Yeah. When there is no poverty, crime would decline naturally. Then we could live in harmony. My holy La Trinity, yeah. I love you. I love you, mama. I love you, mommy. Mommy, yeah.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE. We originate, not imitate.
No more red, no more rain, no more red, no more rain, no left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching at the law, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot, again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. No more red, no more red. 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 No left foot, right foot, again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you.
I have a political cemetery. It's not for people like you and me. It is for all them politicians. And I dig in their grave, no fuck with me hand. I find some of them, they living too long. And every 5 years it's the same old song. Some of them dead, just shame to lie down. So I prepare for them a burial ground. Rowley, my first grave for he. With joy in my heart, put him down with me. All of them useless politicians, only making up numbers in my island. Al-Rari, I refuse body. I leave them Muslim, them to deal with he. Big smile on my face and with me bare hand. It's time to move trash from out of this land. But I taking my time with he. I personally will prepare his body. Make sure he have a sardonic grin on his face. That's all he does do. That man is a waste. Bury he in the back of my cemetery. Turn he upside down, he face I can see. Look for the strongest grave digger to cover he. Not with the hand, put good fork on he. Gypsy, political grasshopper. I may feel little pity cause he's my brother. But like Tarzan, he's swinging from vine to vine. It's time I help you to make up your mind. Fitzgerald, Rasta City. I know they go glad to get the body. Resi on the tam down for all to see. Drink 2 beers and watch Coco get happy. I don't care all who go vex with me, but Kamala I not ready to bury. She is a strong, determined woman like me, and deserve a chance to run this country. When she in power, I don't go hungry. And Calypsonian does get big money. She don't deserve no spot in my cemetery. I putting she in the center of the city. Paula, you too damn lazy. You sit on a throne, my woman die daily. You deserve a nice spot in my cemetery. All you do is just collect big salary. Regis, you disappoint me with your racial tongue. You like you can't see. Your baba does trim you with weed waka all day.
A paramilitary group entering Venezuela from Trinidad. I say categorically we have no evidence to validate this at this point. I saw also in today's paper where the Venezuelan Justice Minister claimed that the Trinidadian Kendall Geron was supposedly captured in this group. Again, we have seen no evidence to support the comments from these Venezuelan officials. Now, Mr. Cabello said something, it was quoted in The Guardian. Yes, I do read The Guardian, guys. Quoted in The Guardian, where he vowed to pursue anyone attempting to destabilize Venezuela. And I quote his words as reported. There must be justice. We are going we are going after the gangs wherever they are. I repeat, there must be justice. We are going after the gangs wherever they are. Today, I want to make it very clear to the Venezuelan government and officials that they can do whatever they want on Venezuelan territory, but they cannot come here. TNT territory is off limits to them. If Mr. Cabello's comments are a veiled threat to enter TNT territory, they should reconsider any such intention. The fact is that as a responsible government, we have to take all threats against any incursion into our territory seriously. I will speak to Minister of Defense and Attorney General to seek advice on protections for. I will speak to Minister of Defense and Attorney General to seek advice on protections for our Coast Guard, to use deadly force on any unidentified vessel entering TT waters from Venezuela, smuggling military able-bodied men and women. TNT is off limits to them. Following comments from Maduro and Cabellos, we now have to take seriously the threat by that government sending their agents into our country to commit acts that can be adverse to our own welfare. We will also have to take a look at how we go forward with Venezuelan migrants here who are military aged and able-bodied men and women. We have to take this threat seriously now. They have done this before. They made similar propaganda comments about Guyana and Colombia whenever they had interior political problems or elections. And
did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your new smile is ready. And with affordable payment options,
take these threats very seriously. I want to tell further TNT drug and human traffickers, smugglers who are masquerading as fishermen. If you enter Venice waters to do your illegal acts and you're caught by Venice authorities, you are on your own. I repeat, you are on your own. No amount of family crying on Ian's programs will cause us to intervene. Mr. Cabello also alleged U.S. involvement, again throwing out the tired old bogey of blame the Yankees, and he also condemned treatment of Venice abroad who have fled their homeland. Now they have started with TNT. Mr. Cabello should ask himself why Venice are fleeing Venezuela in the first place. Why are they fleeing? Is it because of behavior of their own government? I say further, no amount of rhetoric from the Maduro government will drive any wedge between this UNC-led government and the US government. We stand solidly with the American government on the issues concerning Venezuela. That will not change. We want no part of the Venezuelan government's interior political gimmickry. We are peaceful neighbors. Let us leave it at that. School violence, another issue yet again. Reports that a Form 5 student, Southeast Port of Spain Secondary School, is currently warded at the hospital after being viciously attacked by schoolmates in a planned and filmed assault. It is reported that the incident occurred on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025, inside the school's bathroom. The teenager suffered a fractured nose, a broken tooth, blood clots in the eyes, and other injuries to her body during the brutal beating. Video footage of the incident shows the three girls concerning cornering and ambushing the victim in what appears to have been a premeditated attack. Several other female students were seen recording the incident, and instead of stepping in to help, they were busy filming. As the beating concluded, one of the attackers delivered 2 forceful kicks to the victim's face, leaving her bleeding from the nose. Clumps of her hair were seen scattered on the floor as she lay injured on the ground. Other students eventually carried the battered girl out of the washroom. On Wednesday, June 4th, the three suspects and their parents were summoned to a meeting at the school. All three girls are now facing suspension. Now, I will speak to the minister after we get a full report. I think everybody's fed up with the daily dose of school violence. You send your children to school and you want them to be safe. I think everyone is fed up with violence taking place in our schools. Going forward, we will treat every occurrence of assault or battery as an expellable offense in schools and an arrestable offense to put before the courts. I want parents and students to listen very carefully. If your child batters another child in assaults or batters another child in school, they will be expelled and will face the full brunt of the law. They will be arrested. Let us carefully listen. I'm not saying that it will be suspended, but it will become an expellable offense. My Minister of Defense has advised me, whilst at the same time that this may be happening, that we will have to find some kind of spaces in which these children can be properly counseled and nurtured. But they cannot remain in our schools and be a danger to all the others, the majority of students who are well behaved. We have to protect those well behaved students from the few who will engage in assault and battery in our schools. And, you know, if someone is 15 years old, if that person robs you or assaults you or extorts you, they are arrested. However, if they do the same thing in a school uniform, they are getting a free pass. It doesn't make sense that the school uniform is a license to break the law. This must stop. All acts of school violence must now be referred to the police for criminal prosecutions. Parents need to take responsibility for their children's behavior. And they can't train them to properly behave in school, then let them stay home. And then we will have to look for spaces, as I said, to properly nurture them and counsel them and to help them to live in a manageable way. If any parent or student assaults or threatens a principal or a teacher, that child will be expelled. Assault, threats, battery. The child will be facing expellable charges. We are fed up of seeing our principals and teachers abused and threatened by both students and the parents of some students. We will enforce expulsion rules to the maximum. Additionally, all students caught in videos cheering and clapping and egging on the violence will be suspended because they're also participants. It is a time that every act of school violence, it is a time now where every act of school violence be reported to the police and that participants, as I say, face expulsion and prosecution in the courts. I am urging all principals, teachers, and students to make reports to the police and forward the reports to your MPs if you see no action being taken. I turn now to stand your ground laws. I think the ongoing debate on this is very, very healthy. On stand your ground law, it helps people to understand the issues. However, we will go through with stand your ground laws as we promised in our campaign. We will do it. Ask yourselves this: why should you have to retreat in your own home? So that's the old law. You retreat. Why should you have to retreat in your own home when you and your family are being threatened? Why should you have to decide between defending your family or not defending your family because you're fearful that you will be prosecuted later? There are frivolous arguments about aiming for the criminal's foot and hand and leg and whatever it may be. That is unrealistic in home invasion situations because you're already so terrified that you will be such a marksman that you could aim for the two. So we will bring the stand your ground laws to defend yourself and your families. I say to citizens, stand your ground legislation is passed. If criminals invade your home, stand your ground for your loved ones. Do not hesitate. Send them straight out to the hospital. Drug and human trafficking, a few words on this before I give to my ministers. Drug and human trafficking is on increase along the southern and southwest areas of our country. There's an increase in female traffickers, drug and human trafficking. Let me be clear. Some Venezuelan women are main persons who run the human trafficking rings. Members of the Venezuelan community are also escorting Trinidadian gang members from Trinidad to traverse across Venezuela and then enter into Colombia to do direct illegal business with cocaine producers. Some Trinidadian gangs are now cutting out the middleman. They're going straight to Colombian producers, facilitated by those in Venezuela who have been welcomed into this country. A lot of Venezuelans identifying the drug trafficking and human trafficking have registration documents, so they are here apparently legally. Clearly, they have duped the system. We are working on a migrant plan to be rolled out in the coming months. I warned you all before the elections. I said, if you do illegal activity in TNT, you will be sent back. And yet the crime involved in Venice continues to increase. In the interim, I'm advising Venezuelan migrants who are here, if you wish, you should begin to return to your country. Faris Arawi, the chief representative of the 1% Eat a Food in the PNM, Faris Arawi, was reported in the newspaper, firestorm, usual alarmist way, reported in the papers as saying to expect 6 months of terror and warned of firings in CPEP and URP and so on. He conveniently did not say what they did in the month before and even after the election. I will let MP Saddam Hussein and MP Padarat speak to these matters. These are all my comments for the moment. I thank you for your attention. And Minister Sturge, if you would like to add to what I've said about the reports from Venezuela, please, you can come.
Yes, good afternoon. When we received the reports yesterday, I spoke with the Chief of Defense Staff, Vice Marshal Daryl Daniel, and he gave me the assurance that the radars did not pick up any such activity, and that quite apart from the radars, there was no evidence to substantiate the claims made by the Venezuelan government at this time. We will continue to see whether we can either substantiate the claims made, or if we would at some point be in a position to refute them with certainty. As of now, we understand that they've provided a name of who they claim is a Trinidadian national. They've not been good enough just yet to provide any sort of pictures or evidence to substantiate their claim. We await that, and when that information comes, we'll treat with it in the appropriate way. Any questions?
How seriously on Venezuela?
Well, how serious we are taking the threat?
Very serious.
Well, it's a threat that has to be taken very seriously, given the dynamics, the geopolitics where we find ourselves, particularly given our proximity to Venezuela and who Venezuela has chosen to align themselves with. So that it is a threat that it may be a casus belli, as they say, for something else. So we have to take all threats seriously.
Have you had any direct contact with President Maduro or anyone from his administration?
The Spanish I know is from Duolingo, so that would not have been possible. But no, we have not. Minister Sovers did in fact reach out to our people in Venezuela, our own officials, to try to, in essence, speak with the Venezuelan authorities. And all we have shared with you is what we have thus far. So yes, we did reach out.
But not directly?
Not directly.
I mean, if it's something that you're saying and taking seriously, why no direct attempt to speak with?
Yeah. Listen, we are waiting for confirmation of this. What we've had so far is very little from the Venezuelan government. So once they deal with us directly and say this is the position and they give us something formally, then we'll investigate it.
You spoke earlier about looking at Venezuelans here who are of military age. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Well, military age, as I understand it, would be 18.
Why are you sending them back?
That would be a consideration if they run afoul of the law, but they'll have to be monitored because there are many Venezuelans who came here. We are not certain as to their background, whether they were in gangs, anything like that. So we have to be a little more circumspect with respect to those who are coming, and we have to ramp up the monitoring of those who are already here. And once we have information that would put us in a place to determine whether they should be returned, then they will be returned.
Will this impact migrant children from Venezuela being able to attend school here?
That is something we have to discuss because I learned yesterday that there are still about 7,000 migrants here. Once we know how many school children are there among them, then we'll have to make some sort of decision as to how we place them in schools to integrate them. And if their families are returning, then that's a decision for the families whether they wish their offspring to remain here or whether they wish to take them with them.
Just for clarity, I mean, it's sounding like as if this government and the Venezuelan government has a fractious relationship at this time. Is it that we don't have an open dialogue with them? We can't speak with them directly?
From my understanding, I'll say we, on our end, we do not have any sort of fractious relationship. But they've said what they've said. They've made claims, and at some point, once it's verified, we'll know how to treat with it. First of all, diplomatically, and thereafter, we'll see how it develops, and then where we go from there.
Is this the end of the legal migration policy that's been around since 2019?
That is something we have to discuss. Sorry, my lady.
I said
yes.
And well, that question was my next one. Is the new migration policy now going to be a deportation policy, similar to what our friends in the US are doing?
No, listen, the laws as they exist, if you run afoul of the law and the law puts measures in place for you to be deported, then we'll follow the law. If you break the law and you have to be deported, we'll deport you. Thus far, the discussion is we still have to have some discussions with all of the stakeholders to see how we can absorb who we can absorb. And once we have that discussion, we'll tell you in due course.
Do you have an idea of how many Venezuelans are currently in the country?
What I was informed, it's about 7,000. That most of them who came, most of them returned.
And what does this mean for the Venezuelan registration program that was in place before?
Well, I'm told that we should start over the process of registration. So we do intend to look at that. We may have to re-register because the re-registration would, in essence, involve a more in-depth process where we will seek to get more information about them and seek to verify it so that we'll know who we have here and know what decisions we should make with respect to them.
Would the Trinidad and Tobago government be inviting the U.S. military or U.S. government to send any military assistance as a preemptive measure for any possible potential incursion from
that is premature, and that may never happen. So we don't want to speculate.
Is it a consideration?
If it's a consideration, at this stage, there's no reason for us to go down that road.
Minister, you mentioned that the Chief of Defense Staff said your radar didn't pick up anything. Are you sure this radar is working? because thousands and thousands of illegal Venezuelans have come through. So how is it that your radar didn't work before to detect all these illegal immigrants coming?
I can give you the assurance that the radar is working. When I came in, I did an audit. We know where there are blind spots, not many, and there's a backup system so that we get feeds from other countries, assistance from other countries. So yes, I believe CDS Daniel would have been relying on what was working, and if something was not working, I'm sure he would have said so.
And to the time frame, you all did a search, a few days ago, or when was this done?
We did a time frame for the relevant period under consideration.
And fishermen, should be concerned about fishing, not going on very farming? What is your advice to them?
My advice to them at this stage is you fish in your own waters and you don't venture out, because any number can play at this stage. The fractious relationship did not start with us, and there's nothing negative coming from our side. So, but if there's something negative coming from their side, then you have to exercise caution. That's common sense for them, I think.
In you are on your own to the fishermen masquerading. Sorry, yeah, they said the men who are masquerading as fishermen. Exactly how do we plan to prove that they are actually drug people masquerading?
Well, you can first of all look at all of the cases that passed through the courts over the years, that many people who claim to be fishermen turn out to have been masquerading as fishermen, and they ended up being convicted of trafficking cocaine, importing cocaine. That still goes on. You'll see videos from time to time. I'm sure. I think up to 2 years ago we saw a video with fishermen who were missing, and we ended up seeing their bodies dismembered in videos shared on WhatsApp. I don't think they'll dismember you for fishing.
In Trinidad and Tobago right now?
There's supposed to be one, yes.
Any attempt to speak with the Venezuelan ambassador?
I'll have to ask Minister Sobels. Yes, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Are we going to have beefed up security at the coast given this threat? Like, are we going to have more vessels patrolling?
We do have what I think is sufficient security with the help of our partners. 1 minute, please. Yes, we do have some measure of security, which we believe is adequate. If the need arises and it needs to be increased, we'll do so with the help of our partners.
Any evidence that they are here? Different Aroga?
I would say yes, there's some evidence.
Like what?
There are a few members here. I know that based on my previous incarnation as a criminal defense attorney, so I would say yes.
With the help of our partners, are you talking about the regional security apparatus or U.S. partners?
I'm talking about all of our partners.
Tobago fishermen have been complaining bitterly about Venezuelans in the water. Are you aware of this and any plans to address it?
As MP for Togo Sandy Grande, I did see 2 or 3 vessels on the coast when I was there a few weeks ago, and I made inquiries, and I was told that we need not be concerned about them. They are not fishing vessels, but they are not here for illegal purposes.
What do you think I can take about 7,000? Is it that these people have registered at the ministry? Because it doesn't seem that way when you walk around the country.
It seems more. You've done a head count, or?
Well, the question is the same for you. Did you do the head count? Because you
I obviously cannot do a head count. We'll have a census at some point soon, and then in that census we'll be able to pick up who are nationals and who are not. But the 7,000 came from one of the reps of the Venezuelan community. I think it's Sophia Figure. I can't remember the name offhand. I'll give it to you at the end of the or during the postcard.
Mr. Sturge, switching gears a bit, the Prime Minister spoke about how students who are found, who assault other students or batter other students, that they'll be expelled. And she said there's some other way will have to be found to deal with them in terms of counseling. Is the MILAT program an option? Is that where we're
That is
heading?
one of the options, and we'll make it. We'll seek to make it mandatory, and we have the constitutional majority to do so. So that if you commit an offence, there's evidence, and you are charged with a criminal offence, particularly offences of violence, then we'll seek to make it mandatory that you have attendance there, because the danger is if you simply suspend them and they are not attending school, then they'll be seeking community elsewhere.
This is actually a thing that the former Minister of Education did announce, that every expelled student will go into the MILAT once they were, I think, under the age of 16. So it is something that's going on. But I guess my real question is that really fair to a school fight? I'm sure you got into a fight in school. I'm sure every one of us in here got into a fight in school in some way. Criminal, please. But criminal charges at a very young age has the ability to ruin someone's life. Do you think that is very harsh, especially if somebody was being bullied, they're defending themselves, the video doesn't always show the whole picture? Is that fair to someone at teenage years to have their life criminal for a fight in school?
I think if you look at the video, and if you have evidence and you are convicted in a court, then the court will determine what is fair. We are not determining what is fair. What we are saying is there are two sides to the story. One, and two, we appreciate that whilst you should be punished or removed for the safety of other children so that you don't continue to bully others, we also have to take into account that if we simply remove you and you are not attending school, you may end up in a gang. And we are seeking to try to mitigate against that so that we'll take that into account to try to protect you from yourself.
But you can end up in a gang if you were held for whatever charge and you're held in remand. Where else are you going to join a gang?
Sorry?
You can join a gang if you're held in remand, if they end up in prison.
Well, the way the children's courts work, I don't know if you are aware, children are not remanded into custody. What happens is you appear before the court and you appear with your parent or both parents, if that's possible, and then you are remanded into the care of your parent.
Any consideration into possibly drafting legislation to charge the parents of those children instead?
That is a possibility we would look at. And going back to what your friend from TV6 said about Myla.
CNC3.
He's not your friend.
A while now.
You all are both ones? Both CNC3.
And Guardian newspaper.
I thought he was TV6, sorry. Yes. Whilst there may have been a policy in place in terms of Myla and so on, what we are seeking to do is put laws in place so that we treat with certain things. And there's a particular program in place so that in the interim, the courts, in essence, would have a place to send you to so that you, in essence, have programs that attend to your schooling will continue, but there'll be other programs where we can challenge your negative energy and make it into positive energy.
You're looking to implement this before the start of the next school year?
We hope to, but it is something that has to be discussed with all of the stakeholders, including the judiciary.
Prime Minister, is it possible to ask you a couple of questions?
I can do it when there are two other ministers.
Oh, you want? Yeah?
Three.
Oh, yes, three.
Good evening, members of the media. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. The Prime Minister ended her presentation by indicating that Minister Al-Rawi, former Minister Al-Rawi, former Attorney General, former member for Sanford and the West, thank you for reminding me, has indicated that he's crying doom and gloom with respect to certain programs such as CPEP and so on. There's one particular program called the National Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program that now falls under the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. And this program was established really for environmental rehabilitation in terms of the forestry division and parts of the agricultural extension services. Currently, when we were briefed by the program and the CEO of the RDC, where the program was previously under, was with Mr. Al-Rawi under the Ministry of Local Government. Under this new government, it has moved to the Ministry of Agriculture, as I said. We are informed that the total number of approved contractors for long-term are 80 contractors, and the contracts are usually 3 years long. The total number of approved contractors for short-term was 64, and those are 3-month contracts. And the total number of active contractors, according to their information, is 127, and there are other types of contractors. What was very interesting is that when we were briefed, we were given a list of contracts which spanned several pages, amounting to 127 contracts. And of 73 of the long-term 3-year contracts, those contracts were entered to on the 25th of April 2025. The 25th of April 2025 was the Friday right before the general election. I'm informed that there was a flurry of activities taking place at the RDC for contracts to be entered into on the eve of a general election. And while some contracts were dated the 25th of April 2025, I'm also informed that some of those contracts were signed on the day of the election. And this is what we have discovered so far at the ministry. And when you look at the sample of the contract, it means that every contractor will be paid a fortnightly contract sum of $45,756. This fortnightly. This was used as a machinery for electioneering and mobilizing for the election day defeat. And we are further informed that these contracts were assigned to various constituencies, in particular the marginal constituencies across Trinidad. What was also very surprising is this. There's a program director at the National Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, and her contract was in fact allegedly renewed on the 25th of April 2025. And when I saw a copy of the contract, there was 2 documents, 2 contracts, or 2 letters of offer. One, the CEO did not place a signature on the document, but the program director did in fact place her signature on the document. That was one contract for renewal. On the second contract for the renewal,
unforgettable, that's what you are.
to fix a signature to the document, but a witness signed indicating that she saw the program director signing the document. And there was no signature. So these are very serious matters that we have now discovered at this particular program. So at the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, we are conducting several other reviews of those contracts that were awarded, and in particular the hiring practices that were taking place under this particular program. So, and I must say that the expenditure is that they were allocated $80 million for this particular program in this current fiscal year of 2025. So these are some of the very brief points I wish to raise with you with respect to what was taking place on the eve of a general election by the last PNM government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Saddam Hussein. Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues, members of the media.
Folks, I just want to make a quick comment. Tech you. We don't allow disrespectful language here on WZYE 95.9 FM. I see you apologize, okay? We don't allow that type of language, okay? Thank you very much.
When asked about this, I was advised by the management of CPEP that there was no cabinet approval for this. We searched, there's no cabinet note. Instead, the management of CPEP was advised first that it did require cabinet approval. I sought an intervention from the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development as it relates to the possibility of whether or not that note existed. She informed me that the staff at the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development has advised her that when that proposal was brought, the management, through the technocrats, the permanent secretary, and others, refused to put into effect existing contracts getting an extension for a period of 3 years by the former administration. They refused to carry out that on the eve of a general election. CPEP is a multi-million-dollar company. The contractors there ballooned from when we left office to 360 at present day. And many of whom, when I panned the list of contractors, out of 350 contracts that were awarded, over 275 of those contracts functioned and operated out of P&M-held constituencies. That's over 50%, close to 75%, interestingly, of all CPEP contracts that were awarded during the past 10 years operated, functioned out of P&M-held constituencies. That's the first point. The second issue has to do with the selection and the criteria of how one became a CPEP contractor. So the management also shared with me that ministers will call up, never mind, it never turned up at CPEP, in terms of who will become a CPEP contractor. There was no transparency in the process. Instead, it was utilized as a party system that was available for rewarding the P&M boys and girls. And that is why I started off by telling you that former Minister Rawi took front before front took him, because they used that program in a way that it escalated and ballooned into the figures that we are seeing here. MP Saddam spoke to you about the monthly bill of the reforestation program. I can tell you as well that CPEP contractors, some of them received in excess of, in many instances, 2 to 3 gangs. Those are the terminology that they use at CPEP in terms of operating as contractors of the program that saw returns of $40,000 and $50,000 monthly. So you can understand why the feeding at the trough and the curtailing of that feeding of the trough now with the P&M out of office causes former Minister Rawi a lot of pain. I want to raise another issue that may cause another former minister a lot of pain as it relates to CPEP. And as we flesh out a lot of what we have discovered, even though we have promised to fix the challenges that we have met at many of these state enterprises and in ministries, I think it is incumbent on us as representatives of the government to tell the population where all of this money has gone. The claims of waste, mismanagement, and corruption under the People's National Movement is real. At CPEP, a building was rented along the east-west corridor to move CPEP from where they function out of St. Madeleine along the corridor. The building was rented for a period of 3 years in the first instance. Now, I've put a stop to it because there's no contractual arrangements anymore. The lease has expired. but to the cost of taxpayers for 3 years, at a cost of over $3.5 million, the relatives of a former senior minister of the People's National Movement received the lease and the contractual arrangements benefiting directly while that building was never occupied for the 3-year period that it was leased for. You understand that, Trinidad and Tobago? So when the Minister Al-Rawi, former minister, comes to cry doom and gloom as a member for Barataria San Juan has indicated, he understands why. Because they sought to enrich themselves, their friends, their financiers, and their families at the expense of the people of Trinidad and Tobago at a time when Trinidadians, many of whom could not identify where they were getting the next meal from, the symbol of the 1% was ensuring that those within the cabinet, and we spoke about the cabinet recusals and the familial benefits many of them enjoyed. And as we go into the mid-year review, I'm almost certain colleagues across the length and breadth of the government services through ministries, state enterprises, etc., will share more as to why former ministers like Al-Rawi and others are claiming doom and gloom, but while some of them are having severe heartburn, heart palpitations, we may see them complaining a lot more when more is revealed, because it is not just a simple matter of a few millions here and a few millions there. To them, that was chicken feed. But when we start to share with the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago why you can't get drains, why you can't get roads, why you suffered for the past 10 years, your children can't get laptops, it is because of the waste, corruption, and mismanagement of the People's National Movement in areas like reforestation, CPEP, and others, where they sought their own interests as opposed to the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So I think that adequately puts into context where we are with respect to CPEP, that those contracts, in our respectful view, should have had cabinet approval. It should have been a review process, because many of those contracts were not even up for expiration. The expiration of those contracts would have been 1 or 2 years ago. The real reason was to protect the friends, family, and financiers of the People's National Movement, to ensure that if they were out of government, which they are now out of government, that they continued to feed at the trough of the purse of the national economy while Trinidadians continued to suffer. And therefore, the position that we have taken is to do an audit of all CPEP assets at this point in time, to review all vehicles, equipment, and rental facilities of CPEP that the former administration got themselves into, but also to review the program as a whole in terms of keeping with its mandate, and also the process in terms of what I articulated in how these contracts were renewed for a further period of 3 years without any sort of evaluation being done. I thank you.
A pleasant good evening to members of the media and fellow citizens of our country. I just have a simple update for everyone, mostly our senior citizens. Today, I am pleased to report on a critical development that underscores this government's unwavering commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly our senior citizens and the most vulnerable. Over the past month, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services has been spearheading a coordinated cross-agency effort to aggressively address the backlog in the processing of the senior citizens' pension and other key social welfare grants. As promised last week at our postcard, yesterday a meeting was convened at the ministry's headquarters on St. Vincent Street, bringing together the Honorable Roger Alexander, Minister of Homeland Security, members of the NIB, members of the Immigration Office, and permanent secretaries, particularly of the Finance Ministry, or technical and administrative leadership at the Ministry of the People as well. I want to share with you that this collaboration among these entities has yielded measurable results in just a few short weeks. I want to share the facts with you. As a direct result of this effort, the NIBTT has drastically reduced the number of outstanding information requests from a total of 6,461, inclusive of 2,300 senior citizens' pension queries, which I shared with you last week, to just 175 across all benefit categories as of June 4th, 2025. I want to share that this achievement is not one that is coincidental, but it is the result of deliberate action and effective governance by your government of Trinidad and Tobago. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my cabinet colleagues and members of the 3 ministries who would have participated in this exercise. And most importantly, this evening I say thank you to the citizens for your continued patience. Just bear with us a bit again. We still have to work on immigration. We will work on that as soon as possible, but we will update you as we go on. We have just turned a corner, but under your Prime Minister and government, we will ensure that we fix this for you together. So thanks a lot. That's the latest update.
Minister Mohit, just how did they process 300 applications and bring it down to 100? Why was that process so fast? I mean, that would be amazing. I mean, what were the issues that was a result so?
Following our postcard briefing last week, during the weekend, the NIB and myself and my ministry, we worked informally. NIB would have brought out staff over the weekend and worked through the weekend to ensure that by Monday, 2 p.m., the Ministry of the People had a report, and this was the report we received. Yesterday we met and we are working on other issues, but this is tremendous, and I'm very happy to report this to our citizens.
Mr. Hussein and Minister Padarat, Minister Hussein, if a program director signs off on something, but the CEO does not, right? And if CAP approves on CPEP contracts, sorry, does not approve CPEP contracts, but yet they are given. So is somebody liable in law? You know, can fraud charges only be laid against some people? I mean, what is the process?
As a lawyer, we don't advise ourselves. So on matters of these, we will seek advice. But on the face of it, one has to ask the question, who offered the contract to the person? Because there's no signature affixed to that document. So who offered it? And that's a very important question that we have to ask.
Minister Padarat just now mentioned, I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer the question, but you mentioned just now about the friends and family of the PNM feeding and the trough, etc. In the past, we've been told that, listen, the friends and families of MPs and ministers, they're private citizens, they could feel free to bid on whatever contract they want. Madam Prime Minister, is it that you've instructed your MPs and your ministers that their friends and family are not allowed to bid on projects in other ministries?
Yeah, go ahead.
So have your ministers been instructed that their friends and family are not allowed to similarly feed at
Well, I think the minister was talking about the CPEP contracts, and people don't bid for those. I don't know how, that's a process we're also trying to audit. How did they get them? With other contracts, people it's a free country, as I just said, from across, you bid.
As I have here, Madam Prime
But
Minister.
I frown on it very highly. For ministers, yes, for ministers coming to my cabinet to accuse themselves.
Is it that you don't want them to recuse themselves, or you don't want them to
I
be in
said
a position where they-
I will not tolerate ministers coming 171 times to recuse themselves from our cabinet meeting. Yeah, that's not what we signed up for.
As we're here, we're talking about boards. I guess you can ask about the CPEP board if there's a new one. But I did really have a question about Angostura. And I was wondering, why was there this urgency to have the full board of Angostura removed? And what are your comments on the kind of cyberbullying and doxing that went on to get them out of there by one of your ministers as well?
Sure. That's about 3 questions in one. Let me see if I can take them in seriatim. Why the rush to get them out? Why the rush for them to stay? Why did they want to stay? So I told you, oh, and the law, we'll come to the law, that's the other aspect. Last week, I made the point that the people reluctant to send in their resignations. We said that they should do the right thing and do so. They all then decided, first, today, they were not doing it. And the next day I saw it reported, they went blocked in some cases. There is a process in law, and we'll follow the law in appointing the new boards. I think today we did Karen Airlines and a couple others. So there's a process. We are within that process, and we will follow the law.
But the doxing and the cyberbullying that went into it, and like I said, by one of your ministers, no less,
You may have to ask him.
Well, I ask you because 2 weeks ago when Dr. Moonilal was here, you told your ministers to stay in their lanes.
In their zone, yes.
Yes.
In their section, stay in your section.
Right, stay in your section. Minister Arnold Roberts is the minister in the Ministry of Housing. Arnold Roberts is the minister in the Ministry of Housing. That has nothing to do with Angostura as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of his videos have been pertaining to that. So how do you approve of that sort of behavior from your ministers?
That's a trap question. If
so?
I say yes, if I say no, I'm in a trap there. Of course, ministers have their own voices. From time to time, we'll have to call them in and say, Radiant, stay in your section. It happens.
Did it happen in this case?
What happened? I didn't cyberbully anybody, you know, sir. I came here last week, and I said clearly last week, if you don't go, I will use the law and I'll use the process.
A lot of people think that it was not necessary for Angostura, especially if I have to go, because the government is not the majority stakeholder. There's some continuity. Why the urgency to get rid of Angostura? The full board.
And also,
Still appointed. They are not, did not bid, they did not apply, they are appointed by the political directorate. When that directorate changes, they change.
So from what I understand, Madam Prime Minister, in making my own inquiries generally, companies that are publicly listed, there is some difficulty with the entire board resigning because it triggers a process including
In my respectful view, there is no difficulty. In the same way that these things created, there were problems, they were not going, they should go, they must not go, they must stay. There is no problem. We will follow the law and put the boards in place.
Well, you find yourself in a situation now where you have a publicly listed company with nobody at the helm of the company.
And what will happen? What do you think will happen? We will put a board, we will have a management team. And then you have the lower level functionaries operating as well. You have other persons. But the important point here, these persons were political appointees. They were handpicked by the cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. There is a new cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago.
But legally, they have to report to the SEC, don't they?
Yes, they have to report to the SEC.
If they all resign and there's no board of Angostura, what does that do for
So if they don't report today, what happens? What will prevent them from reporting tomorrow? We will put the boards in place. We will fix it. We will fix it. I guarantee you that.
You mentioned the Caribbean Airlines board a minute ago. Can you just clarify what you said there?
I said we approved that board today, Caribbean Airlines. There are a lot of problems at Caribbean Airlines, money-wise. Caribbean Airlines sent us about 20 pages. Well, don't kill me if it was 19, but many pages of things they say you must pay this now, or Caribbean Airlines will go into blacklist, the airline will collapse, it wouldn't fall. One of the items I could just remember off my head was uniforms. And there were many others like that. So it was jumpy in the government. If you do not pay this money, and it's zillions we are talking about, the airline will collapse. So we had to go through the fine-tooth comb, and see which ones that were absolutely essential. I said in a lot of problems otherwise. Cameron and I took a loan, what was it, 260 million, a loan that has been rolling over year after year after year. Today we had to again agree to roll over this loan. Not a cent has been paid back on that loan. Cameron Airlines is in the red, but every time they speak, they're talking about the great gains they're making, how much profit they're making. None of that is true. These boards have to go. They have to go. How many years they did not file financial accounts? You don't even know now what is a true financial account. You have failed to file financial, audited financial statements. I gave you the amount of years they had failed for. So yes, a new board was approved today by
Who's
the
the chair?
cabinet.
Who's the chair of the board?
I can't recall what we do, 19 notes a day.
Anybody remember? We have a few. No?
I can't.
All right, well, I don't know. I have a few of them.
I had a piece of paper with me. I brought the piece of paper that I did last week. It's on my desk, but it's not here. Okay, so Cameron Airlines was appointed today. We looked at another one, TNTech, but we did not confirm the TNTech board.
I just want to ask you very quickly about standing ground. I was doing some research, Google search now and there, and I saw that in 2023, your current House Speaker, speaking as an attorney back then, he said that what standing ground proposes is already covered in laws surrounding self-defense. He said, and I quote, "It must not be forgotten that the common law of self-defense already offers the same degree of protection to persons and homeowners than a separate standing ground legislative provision would provide. In short, there is no need for new legislation."
Okay. As Saddam said, as lawyers, we do not advise ourselves, but in my respectful view, that is a wrong interpretation of the law from coming back from the common law. One of the things that common law has, which will be strengthened, what it says is you do the retreat first. We are saying, no, a man is in your house, your wife is threatened, your child is threatened. No, you do what you have to do to defend your family. So that will be a major change from the common law doctrine.
He actually said in the article that...
I'm sorry?
He actually said in the article that existing laws do not say that you need to retreat first if it's in fact self-defense.
Well, we may have a different view. Lawyers always have different views. So you may ask him on what basis he did so at that time. Saddam has remind me what was said. Go ahead.
If you read the article carefully enough, you would realize that what the author was saying is that the common law defense of self-defense, because it's not in statute, we rely on common law, judge-made law, precedent, cases. It really reflects that the law is not certain. What we are doing as a government is putting certainty with respect to the law of self-defense, which is what we're calling stand your ground law. So if you read the article properly, you'll realize that the author is given an analysis that is not in line with what you are asking. What you're asking is whether or not we are diametrically opposed to the positions. He didn't come to a conclusion that says, well, look, the law provides for standing ground. He's saying that the current status of the law is that there's use of proportionality, and as the Prime Minister said, retreat. We are saying we're putting the law within the box of four corners, so that if somebody invades your home, you don't have to interpret while they have a gun at your head. What is proportional? What we are saying is that you can use the force to destabilize that person to protect yourself, your property, and your family. It's very clear what we're doing.
I read it properly, but thanks for the clarity. I just want to ask one more thing. You mentioned the report that you ordered into the so-called Forex cartel. When can we expect that?
That is one, like a bed of thorns or pulling teeth. There's a case in court that I think we may have to pursue at this end, that the central bank governor refuses to divulge information. And therefore, this is the same central bank governor who on two occasions, I'm segueing way out to another point about him, on two occasions with two successive Auditor General's reports has failed to provide information to the Auditor General. So remember last year when we had the 2.3 billion missing, it was because the central bank did not release information or allow the auditor to get the accounts to do her work. It's happened again. The Auditor General's report, which will be laid shortly in the Parliament, it just happened again. Now, why did I go off into that? Because that's worrying me. Yes, to disclose information, and that's the blocker that we're getting, the failure to disclose information using certain provisions of the law, saying they don't have a duty, they're not under any obligation to disclose information. That's why we're getting some difficulty at the moment. So I'll be very honest with you with that.
Just quickly before I pass it on, from Forex Cartel to Vibes Cartel.
I'm sorry, from
Forex Cartel to Vibes Cartel. I know that your Minister of Finance said that he will look into how the organizers to the One Caribbean Music Festival was able to get their hands on almost $1 million to pay a DJ Palm. I mean, that raises some significant questions with respect to which financial institution even facilitated such a transaction. Did it concern you as well?
Of course, it concerned me. How it is we can't get Forex to buy medicines, to buy other things, and you're getting all this money? How? On what grounds? People running a little business can't get money to buy things in their businesses. So yes, the minister did not give me a report when we met today at the cabinet level. So I'm sorry I cannot answer as to what his report may have or his investigation may have shown up. We'll face the same problems if the central bank refuses to give us the data.
Good evening. Just back to the Caribbean Airlines issue, will you consider, whether will there be a revision of possibly another airline servicing the domestic bridge for Caribbean Airlines instead of Caribbean Airlines?
Please ask again.
Whether there will be a revisit of another airline besides CAL operating on the domestic air bridge?
I have not given that thought at this point in time. Is there a reason you want another airline? No, I'm not being facetious, please.
Yes, that's fine. The THA has been clamoring for expansion of the domestic air bridge for a long time. That might alleviate that issue.
We had some very good discussions with them. I did mention last week, and we spoke at depth of ways in which we can improve the service on the air bridge in terms of the change of hours of the flights. I remember last time we were there, we had later flights. So if you come to Trinidad and the time passes now, you're stranded. So we talked about times for increasing the number of flights during special occasions, Easter and whenever, when you have the festivals there or when the carnival is coming up. So we did have some good discussions, which we, but at this point in time, we've signed a lot of air services agreements with many countries. I mentioned some of them last week. We have approved those to be signed for the air services agreements, and hopefully through some of those, we may have some linkages with other airlines. But at this point in time, there is no intention to replace Caribbean Airlines.
One more question, please. What do you think about Attorney Martin George, the head of the Tobago Chamber, has called for the reopening of a Ministry of Tobago Affairs?
A Ministry of what?
Tobago Affairs.
Apparently, the people we are in communication with in Tobago are not in favor of a Ministry of Tobago Affairs. What we have in place is certain areas relevant to Tobago is under the office of the Prime Minister. And there's a proposal to have a liaison officer, a special liaison officer out of Tobago to work with the office of the Prime Minister to work out of CAST in Tobago. But the places we are talking with, the political majority in Tobago is not in favor of a Minister of Tobago Affairs. The names of what? The liaison officer? I said the majority of the politicians who have been elected by the people of Tobago. Yes, the THA officials. Okay, thank you. I see you coming to Trinidad regularly. Okay.
Having broached the issue of Forex, having regard to the fact that CL financial liquidators continue to receive payments of fees fees and scarce foreign currency in excess of, from what I understand, $24 million and counting, which is being expatriated out of the country. Now that the entities are on solid footing and are no longer deemed to be in the red, no pun intended here, does the government intend to return CL Financial and CLICO to its rightful owners in keeping with the shareholders?
We have not had that discussion yet.
And a follow-up question, in light of the eventual resignations of directors on the Angostura board, has the government consulted and or engaged with the CL Financial shareholders with respect to appointment of new directors at Angostura and by extension, CLICO and perhaps HCL boards?
Yeah, I think the Minister of Finance is in talks with the various stakeholders of those entities.
Right. One quick question, otherwise, CPEP, wasn't it supposed to be a transitional arrangement where startup contractors, they will get involved in CPEP and then they graduate onwards rather than these contracts being perpetually renewed? 1, 2, and would the minister be at liberty to state who is the former minister in whose property is being rented by CPEP that was not used in the East-West corridor?
The Minister Padarat can better answer those.
First of all, I started off by saying that CPEP is a runaway horse because I'm quite familiar with when CPEP was first started, what was the mandate for CPEP. You would recall in our last incarnation in government, we had CPEP Social, CPEP Health. CPEP was also assisting in the HDC. So therefore, we utilized that as a transition, and you could have seen the clear evidence of that during the last administration where we were in government. With respect to the second question, I would say stay tuned. More will be coming on that. Can you say where and who has raised that conflict of interest?
One of the members of the WASA board, an employee of the South.
I'm advised that the person is an ex-employee of the Salcott.
And we've confirmed that they have no ties to it.
As I've said, I'm told that the person is an ex-employee of the Salcott.
But if they were employed, it would be a conflict of interest.
As I said, the person is an ex-employee of the Salcott. Unless we can substantiate otherwise, then we'll take steps to deal with that.
And premises on loyalty continues. Just in terms of the scanners, I know you would have mentioned it earlier. Could you say at this point in time how much scanners are working? And with regards to the actual procurement of these scanners,
Mr. John
how long I know it's
Mr. John is here.
that takes a while. Yeah, how long are the scanners expected to arrive once we're
There are 11 sheds down at the wharf there. And since 2023, they were asked to purchase these new scanners because the Comptroller of Customs said she was not seeing properly into those, the barrels. And because in light of that, she also said that the illegal guns and drugs were coming into our legal ports. So she had to balance border security against the ease of doing business. So she had to take action. And so she would have indicated in 2023. They didn't bother with that. No, 7 of the 11 shed owners, they did buy the scanners. 4 didn't. Of that 4, 50%, meaning the Deco Port and the Port of Port of Spain, did not purchase their scanners. So your question is, how soon? It will take, the whole procurement mechanism will take 31 weeks, or about 7 months.
And just finally from me, Prime Minister, I'm not sure if this would have been discussed at cabinet level yet, but it's been a while we haven't heard any updates on the merit list with regards to police commissioner. Is there any updates at all?
Say that again, please. The merit list.
Merit list, is there any?
Some moments stay with you forever. Walking through history, chasing waterfalls, or storytelling by the lake.
Prime Minister, either you or probably Mr. Hussein. The media was taking on quite a lovely tour yesterday around Shagara, us by Gary Food and Fishermen and Friends of the Sea, where we saw numerous derelict boats just the abandon of point good, and also the issue of showed us a boat, a fishing boat,
Some
abandoned
horrible,
fishing boat, and
some
it's
really
filled,
horrible pictures. I saw
yes,
them.
filled with oil. So two things coming out of that. One, are you able to say if there's any consideration being given to strengthening the environmental laws that will, govern those things? One, and two, in terms of getting rid of all these abandoned boats that is just an eyesore there. I'm not sure if Minister might be able to address that.
Before Minister speaks, today marks week 5, is it? And certainly we are looking at dealing with those environmental issues. We have started consideration of the board, the EMA board, and officials to go into there, but certainly something we'll have to address in due course. It will be something that will happen tomorrow or next week.
In terms of the laws that might govern those that issue the derelict boats.
Yeah. Currently at the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, we are looking closely at what we call the Fisheries Management Bill. You would remember that particular bill was brought and placed in a JSC. There was never a final report of that bill. There are several stakeholder the bill lapse, yes. There are several stakeholder comments that we are looking at in order to tailor the bill. We have to pass that particular piece of legislation, and that will also strengthen the registration of vessels for fisher folks and so on. So it will also give benefits towards the fishing community. So we're trying to look at the bill in a holistic manner, and it will also assist in preventing matters such as these and the easy identification of vessels.
One of the boards that seem to still be in place is the TTT board, Trinidad and Tobago Television. Can the government state what action it intends to take, if any, with respect to any possible willful dereliction of fiduciary duty by the board of directors at TTT in approving political broadcast by a particular political party, whereby blights have reportedly been extended with the absence of invoiced payments made to the state media company?
Well, we've been receiving several reports of that, and we've been getting reports of the same blights that you're talking about and whatever is happening. That board will be put in soon. With respect to the Caribbean Airlines board, the chairman is Reina Kaulesa. Law, yeah. Yes. REYNE, Reina Kaulesa, chair. Videsh Prayam, vice chairman, finance. Darren Ali, director, he's an auditor. Lauren Pert, director, and Selvin Kujo, director.
Any thoughts on the TTCB board and all the drama that's been surrounding the cricket board? Trying to do cricket board. Any thoughts on
I get somebody into cricket. I want to see on sports. I encourage everyone to please come out on Friday and support Team Trinidad and Tobago for the football match that is taking place at the stadium. Let's give our boys a good send-off as they start their way towards the World Cup that is coming up. Cricket board, you're asking me about?
Yeah, but the UNHCR, they just sent out a tweet saying that they will be closing in July because of cuts from, I guess, the US administration. That leaves the refugees who would come here without, I guess, a place to go. How is that going to factor into your migration policy that you spoke about?
Well, now they've just told me about it. We will insert it into whatever discussions we are having on that migration policy. I wasn't aware of the tweet you just received. It will certainly have to figure in, you know. Can we say good night? Thank you all very much. Make sure and go to football tomorrow, please. Team TNT. I'm trying my
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. I mean, there we go. Here we go. There we go. There we go. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. This is a edited version, I should say, of In the Village on WZYE 95.9 FM. We're almost at the top of the hour. So what? Let me just finish putting up these things in the chat here, then we're gonna go for a quick break. And I know Tech U is kind of new here, so we go give him a little blind. Well, him or her, a little blind. Tech U, we don't encourage distorted, obscene language. Distorted, yeah, I said distorted. You know, kind of you could tell what it is. Yeah, we don't encourage that. We're not encouraging that. You know what I mean? But it was man or woman enough to immediately apologize when you were told about it. So that's all. That's all. It's cool. You know, nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Let me see. Rajesh just come in. Good night. S-West just come in. You know, I want to say something. Let me bring in Tommy. Bitcoin here inside.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah.
That was a good press conference by the Prime Minister again today, outlining some of the mischief taking place in this country, as we saw what the PLM was trying to do, and the alleged fake pastor who called here. He was part and parcel of some of them shenanigans.
So Bitcoin, another lie by a pastor. Another lie. You see how you cannot believe anything that comes out of them fellas' mouth?
Wall Street, you know that little interaction you had with that man. You make it by Heavy and TC and Pilvin and all highlighted that. You played the whole clip there, you know.
But you see, and Bitcoin, that is what I'm trying to tell all you know. All you must let them call, let them type, let them text, because it has exposed the misinformation and the lies. You know, it was so bad. Eh? I say a minister high up in the UNC told me what the pastor with the internet search engine saying was an absolute lie. And all I hear today now, eh? All I hear today.
Yep. Yes.
From day one, all of them should have been gone. From day one. Yeah.
Oh, good. Sign on for 3-year contract and thing, you know, yeah, how much of them? 300 and something of them.
315.
Sign up. Yeah, sign up contract.
Over 275 contracts in PNML constituencies. You think it's easy?
Most of them have who sign off. Funny to know. So them contract will cancel one time.
You can't.
Because whoever sign off on that, they'll face some problems.
Cancel Christmas for them early.
That way, see nobody sign off.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah, man.
Look, another thing I want to raise here. Over 6,000 reports of people trying to get pension and whatever. And the minister during the weekend, they bring that down to 175.
6,461. 6,461. Out of those yeah, but Bitcoin, listen to this. 6,461. Out of that, 2,300 was senior citizen pension outstanding, and they brought it down to 175. And they want to know, you want to know, what Kamala doing? Where Kamala in the office? Oh, she have ministers? Why do you think she have ministers? For them to go in a church and be a minister? No. This is not church ministers. This is political ministers doing the work.
Minister Mohit has hit the ground running just like Khadija Amin too. Because
Oh, yeah, nah.
that ministry, that social welfare ministry, is a ministry that all kind of corruption taking place in there, you know. You understand?
But Bitcoin,
Donna Cox oversee all them things and do nothing about it.
I was going to ask you, what was Coxie doing? What?
Buying wigs and eyelashes. What? You never used to see the woman every week with a new wig and a new eyelash?
Nah,
Every time is not cheap. Yeah.
I used to see
Keep on big kind of grand for that. You understand? So to get eyelash and wig. That's all she was doing. And she come to sabotage people now. I'm going to cut the money and say if you're collecting over $25,000 in the bank, you ain't getting no money.
Yeah.
You can't specifically to do that, you know. But when Akash come and bring this question to say, but in your time, and how so and so, she said she never say so. And she and the Attorney General, the former Attorney General, come out and lie and say that public servant caused that and put it in there. Who can believe them? Yeah? How a public servant can put in that paragraph for that? They tried to throw a public servant and it was an imaginary one.
Yep.
That public servant was an imagination that then found court. You understand? Because when they asked the Attorney General, so you're taking action against the public servant who put up that in the bill? He said, no, you're not doing that. Oh, so something that bring embarrassment to you ain't gonna take action on them? Boy, these people on them is once upon a time for them, you know.
Yep.
I'm telling you, more will come out when the Minister of Finance come on the 18th of this month and read out that corruption that take place in the finance ministry. After they call him, him gonna jump in a hole and bury himself, you know, because he's the next one to get it. You understand?
Yeah, man.
For that we get today, the rest of them had to get it.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, man. So, folks, of course, it's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walsheet, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. I'm going to take this one before we go for the break. KFC, you have 30 seconds before we go for the break.
Mr. Walsheet,
Yeah.
You're going for the break?
Yeah.
When I come back, we have things to deal with, boys. So them P&M talk shows was sitting on 91 point. Then was getting all them CPEP contract.
Yeah.
Even then when I come back,
Correct.
I go road the attack and them. I come back road the attack on them.
Yeah, man.
Evil and wicked. Go for the break quick and come back, man.
So, folks, of course, it's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walsheet, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And don't forget, you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also, 973-609-6509. That's the 973-609-6509. And as the professor said, share the live. Tell your friends to tell your friends. We're here for you.
We're going to take that break and we'll be right back. Don't go.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE. We originate not imitate.
We are back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook, WZYE TV on YouTube. Hold on, caller. Caller, hold 1 minute. Hold a minute, caller. WZYE TV on YouTube. WZYE TV and YouTube. Subscribe, and you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. As the professor said, share the live.
COP, welcome.
Good night to you, Professor Walsh. Good night to you, Uncle Tommy.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, sir.
And while you're subscribing, share the live.
Share the live.
Share the live. That's very, very important.
Yeah, man.
Professor Walsh, that was real. That was real citizens of this country.
Oh God.
How far as I worry, if the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, lying on here, you could put her in court, you know?
Correct.
If she lying on here, you know?
Yep.
What she's saying, what Barry Padarat's saying, they're not in Parliament using Parliament privilege, you know?
Nope.
How you can rent a building to the state for CPEP for 3 years and nobody use the building and you collect millions of dollars for that?
Yep.
And how much more buildings? You're not shame, boy.
Boy?
Dr. Rowley. Dr. Rowley. Rowley, that is what you to do. Professor Wall Street, they must given people a hamper. And when the people ask for next one, they say the people was double dipping.
And the needy and greedy.
Shut down the hamper program.
Don't forget needy and greedy. Don't forget that. You remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Professor Walsh. Yes, that the Donald Cox said it, needy and greedy.
Needy and greedy. Yeah, we didn't forget that.
The citizens of this country didn't have to go through all them problems. Mothers didn't have to cold barbecue to send the children away for operation and things, life-saving problem. They didn't have us to do them things. Keith Rowley, make him ministers and them multi-millionaires in this country. Why is the citizens of this country suffering?
Correct.
But I have a message for Fali. I have a message for Fali. Them houses and them by the Tobago airport that they break down and give the people them notice to move. They had nice big house. Up to now, the people them get all the money. The people them catching the aunt, uncle, and nan in rent. People had 200 goat, 100 and something sheep, because it had place for the people them to animal to feed. You disrupt the people them life and move them out today. People catching the aunt, uncle, and nan. Fali Rowley do that. And my advice to you, because up to now, the airport, the terminal airport, the bill, it ain't even open today. Dr. Keith Rowley, sheet pen, modified 10 times more than the poor man home in Tobago. Fali Augustine, the same way how we find you place, the same way he wanted them house and them to do some type project. Take Keith Rowley, sheet gold pen from him, and put a university over there. Find something to do with that spot. Pay him for his spot. And find something to do with that spot. Because sheep and animals shouldn't be living better than Tobagonians. He had a constitutional responsibility to enhance the people's life. he leave the people abandoned and enhance the sheep and goat pens on them. That is what Keith Rowley do. And I must give this government 10 out of 10 for revealing all the facts that misconduct in public office.
Yep.
And Professor Wall Street.
Yeah, man.
You see how much media people over there now?
Oh God, you know.
How
And
Keith Rowley time?
COP, let me ask a question, eh? How come the fourth estate never asked the PNM about all the boats and the environment issues? That just happened yesterday. That just happened yesterday. Eh? You remember when Arnold went down there and showed pictures of all them boats and them down there?
Yes.
How come the media never asked them question?
Because all of them was eating nice. Lobster, virgin banana. Them was eating comfortable. Watch how much media person over there now. Answering all the questions.
Every question.
I set a little churn. I says I set a little churn in the media. Asking a set a question and the answering transparently.
Yep.
Keith Rowley is to be blocking the media and picking and choosing people.
Bullying.
The media up to the PNM people them YouTube channel asking she question. Up to the PNM YouTube channel and them over there asking she question. Faris Alwari and all the ministers and them that brutalize our treasury and brutalize taxpayers' money, and today all it looks so rich, and independent. All you will pay for that. This government will Professor Wall Street, she will lock them up. She will lock them up and make them get locked up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Tobago.
Yeah. Tommy, you know, Tommy, I said, Tommy boy, you see how dark, Tommy, let me digress a little bit.
Digress.
Tommy, how darker?
Yes.
But Tommy, it's 8 miles today, boy. 8, you know, the longest in a while, boy. Let me take this call.
In the hot sun.
Boy, COP, welcome. I mean, KFC.
Hi, good night, Mr. Wall Street.
Good night, man.
And all the viewers.
Yeah,
my comrade Tunji and the family and understand you could on the beach in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Mr. Wall Street.
Yeah.
What a press conference, boy?
Hey, KFC.
It's marvelous, it's spanking everything, you know,
KFC, when is the last time you saw a press conference and you have all these ministers who have the information? And, you know, did Coxie ever speak in anywhere? Well, let me ask the next question.
Coxie, so that the media was asking that.
No, Coxie, you know, Coxie, the former Minister of Social Development. Oh, Donna Cox.
Donna Cox, commented the much.
Yeah.
Mr. Worship.
I
bounced up Donald Cox. Because I remember my situation when I stopped my thing.
Yeah.
So I talking to a young lady from the office there, and you know, right now again suicide thoughts, Christmas coming. We have nothing to give my train and things. So she gave me the counselor and things. Put them, you real lucky. Donald Cox was partially front, no, she is partially back. I talked to Donald Cox. Donald Cox take my ID card. I show she everything on my paper, everything that she say. They ain't supposed to do that. If they actually say you're owing the government, they can't sell the money, so I get money to pay by the government. So she talking to me. But she said she drive upstairs, Mr. Wall Street. Man coming with a bag of crane to lift it up. I said they're for PNM plan them. And tell me she go call me. Up to now, Mr. Wall Street, she didn't call me. Mr. Good afternoon to my MP, Vanda Moet. Mr. Wall Street, like a PNM was suffering the most citizens on them, boy.
Boy, listen. All you listen. 2,300, it was, there was 6,461 backlog, under the PNM. 2,300 was senior citizens, pension outstanding. The new UNC government And I don't want to hear from Patty, Gordon, Dryden, Joseph, PNM, Fox.
We don't hear from them all wicked nasty PNM.
Yeah, we don't want to hear from them. Listen.
When we vote a government to steam all the people and people
Yeah.
business, you know.
And listen, listen, KFC. They want to know where Kamala doing, where Kamala is. Look, in 4-5 weeks, from 6,461 to 175. And all you want to know where Kamala is she working.
As that woman from Tobago, you could be up in the face like a electro zombie and work for the people. And them same PNM nasty plan them, they go benefit. Because when you see with everybody win.
Everybody win.
When PNM will even check and Phillips and them who have been 3 and 4. Royalty contract. You see that contract? What that contract to?
Yeah, man.
We people are like that. I go on.
Bless.
We have a voicemail from Gordon.
Hold on, wait. Don't play that. Don't play that yet. Don't play it yet. Caller, welcome.
Blessed night, Uncle Tony and Professor Wall Street.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
I took this line from a caller today. Say Miss Kamala Prasad besides 2 things right now. She's a doctor and she is a healer. Because people who couldn't see and hear and talk started to talk now.
But Defender, it is like under the PNM, there was a Novocaine virus, right? The PNM had a Novocaine virus where they inject them reporters in them and they could have only asked 1 question, maybe 1.5 questions. Now, man want to ask 3, 4, 5, and 6 questions and gain the opportunity to do it.
Well, did you see the boss lady ask them if we could say good night now? Normally is later and walk and he go anyway. The Prime Minister take time out his busy schedule to invite the nation to come to the football match tomorrow in the stadium or wherever you're going to hold. That is Prime Minister. But what you know that I call for, as I tell you, the boss lady curing sicknesses now. Wall Street. When last you hear about William Monroe?
I have video, you know.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
I never would have believed in a million years today. I'd have seen a video with William Monroe.
Where you come out from?
That is the same I was praying on the COP candidate. Because that's what he wanted. Didn't want no opponents too close to she.
But Defender, I listened to the video and I said, well, wait now, boy. That fella, I wonder if that's the same William Monroe, boy.
Nah, he look different. That wasn't him. I feel like he big better.
No, that's AI William Monroe. That's a AI.
Right? Yeah, it had to be. But what should the next thing before I go? Remember, we still waiting for the one innovative thing the PNM put into place, right? We still waiting on that.
Yeah.
Every week I come in with one.
All right.
Since the government is in power. Today I saw Mr. Kennedy Swart thing at a stakeholders meeting about renewable energy and certain other stuff. Right?
Yeah.
And today was announced that the government is working on a plan to relocate the Porter Spain dump. Also, bring in wind turbines and start a renewable energy campaign for Trinidad and Tobago. Rush it. You see these measures, this government, what this government do the last 9 to 10 years.
And Defender, and them evil, wicked, disingenuous, deceitful PNM people asking, what Kamala doing? Where Kamala? Where Kamala? You know what she doing? She working. That is what she doing. Yeah, man. Yeah, that is what she doing. And all you're upset because she working more than all your previous lazy prime minister. Let me say this to all you. I could say this now. The fella was lazy.
No doubt.
That fella was lazy. All you don't forget it. I had a whole month with that fella on separate occasions, Separate occasions. He lazy. Kamala Prasad, the Cesar, and Rowley, no match. None. Caller, welcome. Caller.
Professor Washington after Tommy.
Yeah.
Night.
Is this who?
Uh,
Who's this?
Carnage.
Oh, Carnage. Go ahead. Yeah, man.
I lost my phone, boy. I got robbed.
All right.
My phone out there, so
Yeah, I
I'm
see the phone number. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So I didn't call a little while. I just want to compliment this government and how what a great job they've been doing, right? For the citizens of Carnage, the well-thinking citizens. We have a better water supply.
Wait. Carnage.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You telling me in 5 weeks, all you have better water supply? That what you're saying?
Exactly. Not in 5 weeks, from the 29th of April.
Where?
From the 29th of April, we see a difference in the water supply in Carnage.
Nah.
We had problem for 3 and 4 weeks we ain't getting water. When we call Wasa, well, I forget the name for it. They always have a problem in Toka Valley, and this pump down. I be all through Carnage. I ain't seen no service like that. Always have some excuse. I tell you, from the 29th, we having water 24/7. Water, we look, we washing. We used to have clothes piled up. Better go down by we aunt, by we sister, by we cousin to wash under the PNM regime. If they send when the water come lower, it ain't coming higher. Now when water come, everybody getting water.
Wait.
I want to thank Khadija Amen of in coming into Carnage and clearing these by the police station. If they move 4 chocolate or slush, and to be more, anytime the rain fall for the past 6 years under the PNM, they're flooding. They never clean them drains and never clean. I tell you, more than 4 chocolate or slush. They started yesterday, so we know when the rain season come. School Street and Constabulary Street, we're gonna have no flood. Market, I see the clear the riverbed. These things was never done under the PNM administration, right? So this just seeing the performance in this government, what these people was doing, what they was doing. The manholes and them in Carnage been clean for 20 years and more. So all this information was passed on to the relevant authority.
Yeah, man.
And I say, well, thank God we have.
All right. Yeah, man. Bless. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Tom, you go ahead. Play your voice now.
Yeah, let me hear what's going on here.
Hold on, let me take this call, Tommy. Hold on, let me take this call.
Yeah.
From the Rhine, hold on, eh? Go ahead, Tommy. Tommy, you can pause it, you know.
I paused it already.
Huh?
I paused it.
All right, hold on. Ram the Rhine, go ahead. Yeah, turn on your computer. Getting feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor Wall Street.
Go ahead.
Dr. Tommy, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You know what I want to say? Is that all through the PNM reign, places like Shagwanas, going on to Debe, going on to Pinal, never see a drain cleaner. Now they have a truckload of stuff, the cleaner moving. It's amazing. You know? And next one, this one they call Faris Alwari. That guy, like, you know, that election that they lost, it have them going stupid. They're going stupid. They can't find anything to say besides talk stupid and crap. You know? I think Faris has to get some more tight shirt and some more tight pants. You know? And wear it on.
Oh, God.
To draw the attention of the men of them. You know?
You think it easy?
You know, this is ridiculous to this guy, man.
Yeah.
You also know what, and you know something? Trinidad has the worst news reporters.
Yeah,
The
but
worst news reporters in the world.
yeah, they're horrible.
This is someone that they asking come that question. And you know, they cannot explain themselves. how they could be reporters.
Yeah.
And most of them is PNM stooges.
Yeah.
It was like CNC3 that write the script for them and they come and ask the question.
Yeah.
You know? Especially this guy they call Akash Samaru. He's a big dunce. You know? They have no, they have, I don't think they have the ability to be a news reporter. And then you notice the crap that the newspapers be writing. The Express, the Guardian, the Newsday, the crap they'll be writing. Some of them can't spell properly.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know, man. I could put my 10-year-old grandson and he will do better than these guys and them. You know? I listen to somebody question these people asking. They're asking the same question 10 times.
Yeah.
Huh? I mean, say the government in 5 weeks now.
5 weeks.
5 weeks. Rowley them was there for 10 years. Huh? What? Why did I ask Rowley all these questions? You know why? Rowley's a buff them. So by the time one asks a question and he get a buff,
That's
all
it.
them get up and walk out. You know? I'm like so nice to them.
Oh,
I'm like
God.
very nice to them.
Yeah.
You know? And they don't appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
My God. Anyhow, Martin, you take care.
Take care,
Talk
man.
to you.
Bless.
Good night.
You know, always say hello to Cheryl Henry. I wonder if this is Cheryl the first time here.
Welcome to the church, Cheryl.
Yeah, welcome. Cheryl saying that. Let me take this call. Kizzy, welcome. Kizzy.
Good night.
Good night. Good night to you.
John, Uncle Tommy.
How are you going?
Good night, Skills.
I'm all right.
Wonderful.
I'm all right.
How are you going?
Doing? It's been a while since. Say that again?
How are you going?
Troy.
Yeah.
Troy, good man. Troy's the happiest man right now. Yes.
Is he,
Like Marshall. Troy's the happiest man alive.
is he a peace man alive?
Yes. And I am a happy wife as well now too.
Happy wife, boy.
When I say things didn't go off the ground yet for me, but I see positivity ahead.
Correct.
And something good will happen for me. You understand?
Yeah.
And I like the transparency I'm seeing with this government so far. How they're coming out with the press briefings and talking to the media and everything, and how they're dealing with the media. According to your caller before, all those news reporters never used to be in any Rowley press briefings. And they're asking 1,000,001 question.
Yep.
But I like how they have a plaster for every sore, the government.
They're taking them on full. Anti-cams and eating nice. Anti-cams nice. Nice to them. Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice and gentle. And killing them with kindness. Killing them with kindness.
Yes. All right. Yes, and I don't know if you get to see the press briefing tonight, where she talk about expulsion for children who
Yep.
that is a very good move.
Yep. Correct.
Yeah, because the whole the parents are accountable for the children actions.
Correct. The PNM wasn't doing that. The PNM wasn't
They
doing that.
doing nothing. They just lead the children to run. But after Rowley don't call them hyenas, you feel he had time to care about anything or anybody?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right,
All right.
for me an answer.
Take
Have a
care.
good night.
Yeah, man. Easy.
Bye-bye.
Nice seeing you. Yeah.
Let me what to say here.
Go ahead.
Let me hear. Let me see.
The game is on. Good evening again. And I'm throwing some points in. While I'm on duty rendering on to Caesar. Yeah. I'm hearing about the amount of contracts that were in the PNM control areas. Question. I wonder if it had anything to do with the fact that these are the areas that so much people talking about are the depressed areas, the areas that had the most amount of violence and so on. I'm just wondering, somebody might answer. I don't know, but I would like to know. All right? Also, the call for people to resign, to move on, to move out. I could understand that call, and I could endorse that, because I feel if, it's a new government come and they might trust you, they might feel that, you might toe the line, you might subscribe or endorse their policy and so on. I feel you should, send in your resignation. But accompanying that feeling also, I am conscious of the fact that what about those persons who might have been there who move up the ladder? They qualify themselves and they gain promotion and they gain these positions, and people are confident that they are capable and able to really bring some betterment to their area and the national community. I'm just thinking, what about those persons?
What are you saying?
You know what I mean? And would they be asking themselves, what did I do or not do? And they don't belong to no party. They don't belong to no party. So is it that it have nobody there like that? Nobody? Everybody that belong to some party? That's what somebody want to make me believe? Sorry.
Let the governance determine that.
Right?
Let the governance determine that.
Last but not least. Some people saying that, boy, I don't vote. And I mean, less than 50% of the people didn't vote. And I don't know, like, people comfortable with that. I am not. I am not. Because this same government here, now I remember when they talk about the PNM, they talk about, oh, it's a minority government, you know what I mean? Because look at the little bit of people vote for them. Okay, all right, so much vote for you. All right? Now, the question is, if it is that people are saying this is the same, both of them is the same thing, but both of them say, no, we are different. And I agree that they are different. But this one come and saying that, hey, first time in my life I hear anything like that. When we win, everybody win. Everybody win. Oh, I hear nobody explain that properly, because for somebody to win, somebody had to lose. Unless I get wrong. For somebody to win, somebody had to lose. So if everybody wins, so you go come and you do the same thing. The same thing. Okay, so when PNM come, everybody move, think, they point their people, right? And you say you're different, and with you, everybody win. These people who live in and go out and mortgage to pay and installment and all this, they win. They win. I go on, but I'm listening.
Let me take this call. Caller, welcome. Caller, welcome. Nairon, welcome. Nairon. Hello.
Well,
Welcome.
you hear me?
Yeah, we hearing you. Turn on your computer if you have your computer on.
Right, very good.
Yeah, man.
Well, I come to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mute my TV.
Right.
Well, I come to say something. Well, let me talk to the man who knows any voice note now.
Yeah, go ahead, talk to him.
Everybody win. If you deserve to go to jail, I end up in jail, you win. If you come through my door to rape my wife and I put a bullet in you legally, and you're dead, you win too.
You win, correct.
You win.
You win.
Yeah, you win.
You win.
That's the card you dealt. You dealt that card yourself. You understand? Yeah, you win. You win. You're going straight to judgment. Straight to low pass go, don't collect $200. Anyway, let me come listen what I say.
Yeah, man.
Miss Mohit, Vandana Mohit, Minister, tell us we bring down the numbers. So we're 200 and something. A man who's a so-called reporter action, she does something unbelievable. How you get that done? She tried to be politically correct and talk to him in such a way that how would I get done? Know what I say? What I say, Mr. Tommy, Uncle Tommy? I gotta say, well, if you want the political will to do something, you get it done. And if you don't want to do something, you don't do it.
Correct.
So the 2,000 something backlog and pension out to the 6,000.
Yeah.
Them purposely leave that day on the table. You know why? because I 2,000 by 3.5.
Yeah.
They say okay. We say yeah. So they say okay. They make a mistake. Remember, if one minister make a mistake in the law that they left on the other paper that if you have 25,000 saving, you can get it.
Yeah.
And the AG at the time say he's the AG, he will take the fault. But here's what they do instead. They say, okay, all them applicants, they don't wait till they're dead. That's what they do. They don't wait till they're dead. They don't suffer and then and when they're dead, when I get nobody nothing. That's what they do. So the most dotage question, reporter from the reporter could ask, how you get that done so quick?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable, you know. That's unbelievable. Yeah. When I purge cross, that you know, no case, cross them inside of here, you know.
Yeah, man.
Understand? No, they get liberty now because the former minister, the former PM, it's both they get in.
Both, yeah.
It's both left, right, and center.
Both in the put to come come. Both.
It's only both.
Yeah.
So they get liberty now. They're grinning, they're laughing, they're chalala. Like you're talking to your friend now.
Yeah.
You're talking to the Prime Minister again. That all drop down. When you look down,
Yeah, man. Bless. Florida, Orlando, welcome. Orlando, you inside.
Hey, Wall Street.
Yeah.
And Uncle Tommy.
Yeah.
Listen, tell Gordon Rygen, whatever his name is, tell him his belly's affecting his brain. And
Oh, God.
I think somebody believe his belly's going down on the ball here, but he didn't realize it's going down tweeny. But anyhow, he talked about people and the mortgage. What if PNM was laid off people left, right, and center? There was no mortgage to be paid that time.
Nah, he don't remember that.
Yeah, you don't remember people had their mortgage to pay. And when he talked about it when he board again the promotion, when what board you get promotion? They hire a board of 5 people and they're going to remain right until the exchange employees. What board going to get promotion?
True.
Yeah.
Not just that too, but what about all them petrochem workers that he fired?
Yeah, you either get fired, you move on. The board is going to be the board. Which board did that PNM change? Someone has stayed there for 9 years.
But Orlando, listen to this. We had a pastor come on this program, call this program, and lie to the people and tell them, well, the minister tell we to stay on and don't resign. And all the government come with a totally opposite story to what the pastor with the internet search engine come and tell the people.
But the thing is that the minister wasn't assigned to that position until almost a week and a half later.
Yeah, but Uncle Tommy, this man said that they tell him to stay, and then he comes to the after talking Tuesday. He comes to the now and say, well, you know, he expecting to resign, and all the time he talking to certain rubbish. So you see, can you believe pastors, boy? Can you believe any religious head? They always lie, man. That's crazy. And again, wait over people moving up the ladder. But, if you look at the PSA or the, whatever the public service, which I have a lot of decent of you working there. You move up in the lower rank.
On a board, what?
Get rid of a board and they put on your board.
That is what it is.
It's a board. It don't no.
And listen, and them fellas that I'm talking about, well, it is listed on the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange. You are appointed. You were appointed by the government. When you are appointed by the government, you serve at the wings of the government in power.
That's
and
right.
once they lose, you get disappointed.
You got to go.
The minute the president changed, everybody's sending the same night as resign.
You're gone.
Yeah.
Keep moving. Keep it moving.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them people in Trinidad? What's wrong with them people? I think, like they have the super board. I think they was thinking because they must be drawing a big salary there, but who knows what they do and what they change. I don't know, man. I think we need to, you're right, let pastor, whatever, go right in Big Delhi, then come poop like Garaha, call this, let him make his contribution, then we'll correct him about stupid years.
Yeah, man.
So you're right. Let them all be educated because I don't think the parents understand. Look at the man. You know, you move up the ladder. You live in Lavante. You move up the ladder. I used to live in Central. I live in America 40 years now. Right? And the wife and I were in college. The problem you move up the ladder from where them so in Lavante, I know people. I mean, I went to school in Southeast Policy for 2 months, and then I transferred because of this. And then people, I'm sure people might need to move out of there at all and stay there. And who was running that place? It's PNM.
PNM.
And they learn nothing. PNM people teach them nothing. Or they didn't educate them. I mean, you need to get out. Look at people trying out hard. My parents had 9 kids, and all of us went to college. You know, every one of us went to school.
Yep.
9 kids. You know, we work sugar cane and plant cane. And all of them, I had them who are surgeons and doctors and accountants, and they working in big making bomb and thing and making the bomb for America. The problem is you got to educate your people, and the people there, the parents, I don't understand. I saw that video you talk about that fight in school. I saw that video. I turned off the TV. I didn't watch it.
Correct.
I saw a little piece. This is totally ridiculous. Mind is, you can't fight like that. You fight like that, your parents beat you.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot, man.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Wall Street. The thing is that
Brooklyn, welcome. Go ahead, Tommy. Brooklyn, hold on. Go ahead, Tommy.
This fella don't seem to understand. If you're on a board, it ain't no ladder.
Don't tell me. He think it's snakes and ladder. He think it's snake and ladder. Remember he used to play that game long time ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, he think it's snake and ladder.
When you're on the board.
Yeah. You on a board. You get appointed by a governmental board. If your government lose, you know you gone.
Yeah, it's ain't no ladder. You're just on the board.
Yeah. You want to be a snake now? To stay on the board? Nah, you have to be. Let me say something. Brooklyn, 1 minute. Let me say something to Cheryl Henry. Cheryl Henry, welcome. I don't know if that might be the pastor with the internet search engine family, because they had the same last name. So she come here to defend the pastor with the internet search engine name. Hear what she say. Hear what she say. Listen to this now.
Yeah.
You know, something had to be wrong with something wrong, you know. Something had to be wrong with all you. I still cannot believe Pastor Google called this show to get insulted like that. And the two, TC and Heavy, right, insulting him. Now, man, you, Cheryl, I know you had the same last name as the pastor with the internet search engine. I don't know if it's your family, if you come to defend them. Why all your PNM people like to defend lies?
Not only that, but TC was correct when he said, what board, board is in place so soon on an election night that on an election that you're ready to resign and you're gonna lose and you're gonna get advised by a minister who wasn't
a minister yet.
Installed until a week and a half later or whatever.
Yeah, lies. But Cheryl, oh God, Cheryl, my mother-in-law told me 36 years ago before I got married, a liar has no memory. Oh God, Cheryl, I know you're trying to defend the pastor with the internet search engine, but at least try to get the information right before you come now. He come here, he called this program to get insulted. We never asked him to call, He pick up the phone and call.
He does it on his own volition.
He took on his own volition, and he know when you come in the village, come straight and come with your facts. Because remember, we speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Brooklyn, welcome. Brooklyn, welcome.
Good night to you, Wall Street. Good night, Uncle Tom. Good night, viewers and listeners. But Wall Street, I live disappointed in you because the amount of rough up and abuse Pastor Google used to rough up and abuse you.
Yeah.
You was very nice to Pastor Google because Pastor Google should have been able to be, you should have been rushing him, you should have been hurrying him, and you should have just been telling him straight out, there's a bunch of lies like how you used to be carrying on with you for the last 9.5 years on that radio station. Well,
Brooklyn, Brooklyn, you don't behave, you don't drop yourself down low.
No, you don't have to behave so, Uncle Tommy, but the point is we don't want to hear Pastor Google no way. So to Cheryl, however, in the woman name, We don't want to hear that, man.
No, but you gotta let them implode.
Right? Because he used to tell bullshit, you only had 3 people on the program. Well, he's the 4th one now because he started calling. So he's the 4th man on the program now. You see, we don't play this game, you know. We didn't need Pastor Google to make this program big. So we don't want Cheryl coming here to make excuse for Pastor Google for. We don't need
You know, Brooklyn, that's the thing, you know. Cheryl just come, eh? Cheryl is a PNM come lately here. And we welcome her. We welcome Cheryl to the program. That's what we do here.
Even though we recognize she's a mold.
Yeah, Cheryl is more than a mole. She might be a molecule too. It's a mole and molecules, eh? Yeah.
And tell she to go on the program and tell all you that how all you do to he to make it. Pastor Google do that. He call people and tell them to do things, and he sit down in the back. He listening, you know.
Yeah.
He listening. He listening right now.
Yep.
But we don't want that because we've been lied to for too long, and he have been brainwashing the African people of the Swiss corridor all over for too long. That is why they're in the back seat now. And let them stay in the back seat. We don't want to hear. You see, I tell already, I am man doesn't really have no pity for people who doing wrong, you know.
Yeah.
I don't baby people who know they're doing wrong and doing wrong under the court, under the shelter of this past and this and this that. Because they're lying. That's the bottom of it. Right? You can't mix good and bad together. You can't be bad and say you're going and sit down next to God on the right-hand side. So at the end of the day, me had time with that. And to Gordon Joseph. You see, watch it when Gordon Joseph send the voice note, nothing. Make a mistake and pull on the volume so we wouldn't hear it now until the contribution done. Like just drop your hand. Drop your hand like your hand just drop on the volume button. Pull it down till the contribution done. Because he just showed that under the PNM education from since Eric Williams days, he stayed on.
Miseducation.
As a big man. Right?
Yeah.
Miseducation,
Yeah.
brainwash, and he real actually trapped in the matrix. He totally trapped in the matrix. But you hear how much nonsense he come on the show tonight with that voice note about you go get promotion in the board and you go rise up in the board. And then to start bad, he said the people who was on the board that was not no party, was not tied up in no party. Which part in the world of Trinidad and Tobago you could go on a PNM government running the country and you are pulled. You had nothing to do with the PNM. You had nothing to do with the UNC. But just so like a vax, you was pulled on a board under the PNM to run the show. Which part in the world you ever hear this nonsense? Eh? When the people on the board is to keep making sure that the people who work in there make sure that they are voting for PNM and they full PNM. Because if you're on any board and any member that is working there is not part of the PNM, they put you out, they fire you, they victimize you, they do you things, and I know that since I'm small. You cannot work in no department under a PNM government if you're not supporting the PNM. Period. Right? Everybody know that. And he come and talk all this nonsense about suppose the person was actually working in the constituency. Which part in the East West corridor that the PNM was actually working on? Anybody from the PNM was actually working where? Who? John Leon striking until he so fed up before the election, he said he was resigning because he realized that he can't do nothing for poor people. And then they bring this Kareem to fool the youths of the East West corridor. They say, like, look, we put a young man, young lawyer, as a minister. Whichever government does that, we need to fool black people. I don't know what time of that. I don't want to hear and see. And your children mustn't even be hearing these people like Gordon Joseph and them talk. Right? Because when they carry a lie in a community and it spread, the lies become the truth. And that's what Gordon Joseph and their mission is, to come and talk about God, and every time it's a God afternoon and it's a God and a God, just like Pastor Google, God, and all you have a place waiting for you deep in the fire of the pit of hell, because all you need talking stupidness. Like, this is the time of technology. We know the truth now. But they're still coming with 1970 and 1960 kind of politics to try to lie to make people feel like, you know what I'm saying? Great is the UNC, yellow is the code, and we will continue doing what we are doing.
Thank you.
Seeing
Yeah, man.
we are working.
Thanks, Brooklyn. Bye-bye.
Good night,
God's
Brooklyn.
child. God's child, welcome. Turn on your computer. Turn on your computer or your TV.
Good night.
Good night.
One of the problems, look, we all know Google is a PNN. That's understandable.
Uh.
But the UNC get one thing in the head from early o'clock. PNM is an institution within the public service in Trinidad and Tobago.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? We can't come and have press conference after cabinet meeting and tease the population with, we know who owns the building. If it's illegal, let public know who the person that PNM was giving the money to. Don't come and tease us, because it have a history with PNM. Every 5 years, a new party come in, then PNM come and for 2, 3, 4 decades, and then a new PNM and it's back coming in system. For that to stop, Kamala and them white being diplomatic, we need to stop this teasing the public. But is a Harari building or is this one building? Call the name so we can know from early o'clock who the person handling this building and collecting the taxpayers' money. We all know Google and them is PNN. We understand that. Let it be known. They're not hiding it. Yeah, we can't be diplomatic with no PNN. PNN don't like nobody but itself. We gotta be real. We can't come on television and every time we have a meeting, we teasing the public, but well, take this amount of money. Let me know exactly what's going on. For next 5 years, they'll come to us and tell us we want to vote. And they're not looking to tell us who was keeping the money. Let me know from early o'clock so we know how to look at these people, how to deal with them from early. This something we have to stop with this UNC collision. They keep holding back the names and PNM hitting them left, right, and center. We got to stop that. Period.
Thank you. Thank you. God's child, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I really don't know about our contribution, to be honest with you. I you don't understand our contribution at all. God's child, the UNC been in office for 5 weeks. The UNC bringing information to you. For example, God's child. Let me take this call. Mr. Florida, hold 1 minute. God's child. In the last 10 years, the UNC bring information to you. There were 6,461 people with respect to NIB and pension. 10 years ago, child. In 5 weeks, and there was over 2,300 senior citizens. Godchild. In 5 weeks, 5 weeks, Godchild, they reduce it to 175. And Godchild, if you had listened to previous post-cabinet briefing, the Prime Minister told you how much money all of them was collecting. Oh God, Godchild, come on, man. Maybe you miss it. I could send it for you if you want to. I could send it for you, you know. Mr. Florida, welcome.
Hey, good night, Mr. Hansen. Good night, Mr. Tommy. Good night, all the callers, all the texters, everybody live. Happy to see everybody here on this Tuesday to about this.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Mr. Hansen. So the man say when you get appointed by a board, you can climb the ladder. Well, it's maybe the wooden ladder to buy for the fire station and they climbing up to go. The higher from a board is a tree. Yeah, that is what he do, bro.
Yeah.
You see how they just trying to be educated, but they just send themselves down a rabbit hole.
No, the miseducated. The PNM education have them. Look, listen to this. Think about, and look at the next one. Cheryl, Henry, and Sadiqa. Is Sadiqa his name? Let me make sure I get it right there, so I don't pronounce it incorrect. Hold on, Let me pronounce it correctly. Hold on. Thing. Yeah. Sadiqa O'Brien. Sadiqa O'Brien. You know, Sadiqa, Cheryl Henry. I feel that is the pastor with the internet search engine name, you know. I feel that is undercover, you know. But I ain't gonna worry about that. Like Sadiqa and them. If you tell Sadiqa and them, okay, go ahead. I'll play the song with I'll play the thing with the donkey, the lion, and the tiger. Go ahead, Mr. Florida. I'll go play that next. Go ahead. Mr. Florida. We gone?
Yeah, no, all right.
Oh,
Yeah,
great. Go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
remember something.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So so this is what I want to say to the media. All right, you're asking me questions. But you know what I don't like about the media right now? When Rory was in power, they didn't have all our voice. A lot of them used to sit in the crowd silent with the book in their hand.
Yeah.
But they would not ask the Prime Minister and people in the so-called the ministers about the cleanup campaign, about the schools, all the work that they're doing now, showing it on social media, and they would never ask about that. So where's the next steps in that? You know what they're trying to do? So try to find kinks in the armor at this government. And that's the agenda, you know. After only 5 weeks, and you know what is the funny thing about this? They asking questions that the people have need time to gather information for your answer. How could you now come into the government after a month? You intelligence people just take months before they gather proper intelligence before they could speak on a matter. And the media is supposed to know that. The incident with the Venezuelans, none of them will say, well, the past administration made a mistake by bringing it. They will never say that to them. Because in Venezuela, when they reach a certain age, it's mandatory to get military training. So let me think out of the rabbit hole, you know, Pandora's box. Venezuela don't have 100 and some thousand military people inside the heart of Trinidad, you know. And if this man call a shot there and them fellas and them gain, you know what will happen? We laying the pigeons in the cupboard. So we don't know what's going on. We don't know whether it's Venezuelans are like stands with them. If it's a Trinidad or Venezuela, we don't know if they're against Maduro or not. So right now we lost right now. Look on this.
Yeah, man. So, folks, here's my editorial. After I see the googly gawk, garbology, dotishology, and foolishology, and stupidology this fella write in the newspapers, quoted. And I wonder why. That's why this fella was the worst attorney general in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Take a listen to this.
Faris Al-Rawi's CPEP and URP claims are more red tricks and fear-mongering, an editorial by Professor Wall Street. Less than 6 weeks after a resounding electoral defeat, the PNM continues to fan the flames of fear and paranoia in a desperate bid to remain politically relevant. This time, it's former Attorney General Faris Al-Rawi, infamous for political drama and legal blunders, who has stepped forward with a new set of baseless claims. Al-Rawi, now an opposition senator, is suggesting that 5,000 URP and 10,000 CPEP workers could be fired under the new UNC government. The problem? There's no evidence to support this claim. These statements aren't grounded in fact, but in desperation, a hallmark of what citizens across Trinidad and Tobago have come to recognize as the PNM's favorite tactic, red tricks. Let's examine why Faris Al-Rawi's statements amount to nothing more than political fear-mongering. Here are 10 reasons why Faris Al-Rawi's statement is classic PNM red trickery. 1. Zero evidence, just alarmism. Al-Rawi has presented no documents, memos, or whistleblower testimonies to support his claim of mass firings. It's pure speculation designed to spark panic among the working class. 2. Faris' family benefited from government contracts. Instead of accusing the new government of targeting workers, Faris should explain how his family reportedly benefited from millions in state contracts under his watch, even while public services crumbled. 3. PNM left 26.3% of Black people living below the poverty line. Under Faris's government, poverty among Afro-Trinidadians reached historic highs, rising from 17.3% in 2015 under Kamla Persad-Bissessar to staggering 26.3% under his PNM government. If anyone fired the dreams of the Black working class, it was the PNM. 4. The PNM told citizens to wean themselves off government. Former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley publicly told citizens to wean themselves of the government. Yet today, Farris pretends to care about CPEP and URP workers. This hypocrisy exposes his real agenda. 5. Farris was the worst Attorney General in history. His tenure was plagued by failed legislation, costly court losses, and questionable legal strategies. His reassignment was not a promotion, it was damage control. 6. He's crying wolf after just 1 month. The new UNC government has barely had time to review contracts or staffing levels, yet Al-Rawi wants us to believe there's already a grand plan for mass firings? Nonsense. 7. Deflection from PNM corruption allegations. This fear-mongering is a calculated distraction from deeper questions about corruption, procurement abuse, and nepotism under the PNM's decade in power. 8. CPEP and URP were long used as political tools. These programs under PNM rule were often used for patronage, employing people loyal to the party with little oversight or accountability. Reform is overdue, not elimination. 9. No official government statement supports his claim. The Prime Minister, the relevant ministers, and the UNC have not announced any plans to cut URP or CPEP. Farris is simply putting words in their mouths. 10. PNM red tricks are a proven strategy of fear. From crime waves to economic collapse warnings to terror and persecution rhetoric, Farris and his party are experts in crisis theater. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago are not buying it anymore. In conclusion, the people deserve facts, not fear and PNM red tricks. Farris Al-Rawi continues to live in the echo chamber of political paranoia, spewing baseless accusations and fear-driven narratives. His warnings of terror and persecution and mass firings are not rooted in fact, but in the insecurity of a man and a party that has lost the trust of the people. Instead of fear-mongering, the PNM should reflect on its failures. Instead of inventing attacks, Farris Al-Rawi should account for how his legal leadership embarrassed the state in courtrooms across the country. And instead of pretending to champion CPEP and URP workers, the opposition should admit it's now on the outside looking in. The people of Trinidad and Tobago voted for hope, not hysteria. It's time for the opposition to stop crying wolf and start acting like a responsible alternative, not a propaganda machine running on fear and fiction. Farris Al-Rawi.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My editorial on Farris Al-Rawi. Farris need to go and sit down in the corner like little Jack Horner. Folks, we're going to take that break. We'll be right back. Stick and stay. It's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walshin, and you. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life. And as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE. You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE. We originate, not imitate.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, as you get in, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. Don't forget to share the live, as the professor said. Just share that live, Tell your friends to tell
Ms.
their
Santa
friends.
Cruz, welcome.
Good night, good night, Wall Street, Uncle Tommy.
Good night.
And to
Thank
everybody
you,
out
Miss
there.
Santa Cruz.
Give yourself a hand for that editorial concerning Paris, because everything was, on the show, well said, well put together, because it brought out the failure that Faris Al-Wari is, right? And the thing about it is, he not only failed the country with all these stupid laws that he was bringing, and he forget when he told this country that they don't need. They forget that, but we didn't forget it. We well remembered it. Faris is a drama queen. Faris is setting the stage from now for the 2013 election. They have started campaigning, They have started campaigning. And I want to tell Sadika, whatever her name is, you're talking about we were burning hell for lying after Rowley. Because he was the first liar that came here. He is the one that Teacher Percy sang about. And I want to remind all you that lying lips are abomination to the Lord. Thou shalt not be a false witness. So because they're out of office now, Wall Street, you understand, they get good, they are saints, and everybody else lying.
Yep.
Right? But I want to also remind Faris what he did with the Vincent issue.
Yep.
But you see, he get a little Kobo sweat, right? With the Senate. So he had to figure them. He real fighting to hold on to that,
Yeah,
But wait till you will
defending
see what
was.
will happen soon. He fighting. Let him continue with his lies. And you see now they expose him again with more rent on an empty building. Penny coming out tomorrow with your posse, with your Pinocchio posse to come and lie and tell somebody something, right? But we're waiting for them. We will always push back. And I want to tell Gordon before I leave. Having 22 seats is a minority government. It was not based on votes, because it was 19 for the UNC and 22 for the PNM. This government is not a minority government, because it's 26 to 13. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Thanks a lot, Wall Street. Take care.
Thank you. Tommy, you have anyone there? You have any voice note there?
Yeah, I have one from Bitcoin.
Go ahead, take it.
Good night again, Uncle Tommy and Mr. Professor Wall Street. Sherry, why you tell Mr. Wall Street how you're not run you out of the show? But when you went and tell them blood go flow and his family will be one of that. He call you all kind of name and he rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Just now you can see Wall Street got to block you from this side. You on the next side, you can't one. Two other got to get blocked. Professor Wall Street, I tell all you, Gordon Drygen, Maloney Baloney. There's only talk Baloney. He went to school in August, right? And his favorite subject in when he went to school was recess, The man talking about ladder to climb a far board, but like he didn't hear the press conference the Prime Minister make last week, when she said all those people in the boards, right, who they replace and have merit, she would take back some of them. Like he didn't hear that part. But it's up to she to put them back. But the political appointees is the one she ain't gonna put back. Right? You didn't hear that. They're deaf and dumb and mute all the time, but now they're getting their voice. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister for what she said tonight about them delinquent children. Them children who just go and beat up people, children who go to school to learn, and they have nothing to come in school to do but to behave like hyenas, according to Dr. Rowley. Deal with them, expel them, and let their parents pay for the damage they do to other people's children. And furthermore, right, put them in a boot camp. That's where they need to go. Right, expel them. I hope tomorrow they ain't come and cry and say it's black people children, because watch all who in the video doing the violence. Right? Let the evidence tell. So anybody coming and saying she coming against black people children, or they watch the videos who doing what, and let it be a rude awakening for the all who want to get expelled. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you. Caller, welcome. Financial Guru, welcome.
Good night, Professor Walsh. Good night, Uncle Tommy.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
WZYE. I listened to the Prime Minister.
Caller, you're kind of low, you know. I hear you very low.
Let me talk a little louder. You hear me better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Better now? Yeah, okay. So I listened to the Prime Minister.
You're still low, man. You're still very low.
You're still low?
Yeah.
What's going on here? You hearing me now?
Yeah, that a little better.
All right, that's talking about I now.
Wait now, you're on your earpiece?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're hearing you low, man. You have to take off the earpiece.
Are you hearing me better now?
Yeah, that is a little better.
All right. So no, I said I listened to the Prime Minister's press conference this afternoon.
Okay.
And it's what a revelation, what a difference that every Thursday you can come out and you can get information. But here's my concern. And I want to just give Ms. Mohit a special round of applause. I think you need to give Ms. Mohit a special round of applause to cut down that waiting list from 6,300 to 100, from 2,300 to 100. I've never seen anything like that. And it just shows, as you say, someone said before, the political will. So if you could give Ms. Vandana Mohit a special round of applause, I mean, I think she deserves it. That's number one.
Right.
Number two, I want to get to the point. Last week, I believe it's last week, Mrs. Prasad said that there's over 493 million in rental leases outstanding. If you extrapolate that over 10 years that the PNM was there, that's $4.93 billion. And when she referred to the fact that there were over 163 contracts signed within the last 2 or 3 days of the election at the Rural Development Corporation, and then another 363 under the CPEP, which Mr. Padara talked about. And then you have this mysterious contract of about 1 million or 3.8 million or something like that over 3 years. You just see how money was wasted, Professor Walsh and Uncle Tommy. And they talk about where are they going to get the money to pay, do certain things. All these contracts have to be revised. All these contracts have to be investigated and audited. And where chips will fall, if there's any impropriety, let them face the music. Secondly, when we look at the Caribbean Airlines, Caribbean Airlines has rolled over a loan of 253 million US or more to pay certain things. What were they doing at Caribbean? Colin Imbert, the gave them so 100 million.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
What were they doing? Are you hearing me better now?
Yeah, but you're breaking up a little bit. Go ahead.
No, I was talking about Caribbean Airlines. Caribbean Airlines has not paid 253 million US for all the time. What have they been doing at the Caribbean Airlines board? And these are some of the questions that we have to look at. The last thing I want to point out with regards to the board of directors. Now, last week, or I think it was 2 days ago, Pastor Google came on your show and talked about they have to hold on and they have to hold on. And yes, there may be need for some transition. But it was Colin Imbert who came out, I think 2 days ago, was saying with regards to Prodeco and with regards to Angostura, they need a special convention. And although they have the government controls it and it reports to the the SEC, and even a reporter brought up that, why they need to have them expunged. And Mrs. Prasad Bissessa was clear. We can expunge any political appointees, and there will not be a problem. And the reporter still continued. Well, there may be issues with signing and all of that. She said, listen, if there needs to be answers, they will appoint the board, and the board will answer tomorrow. So it all shows that what Carl Nimbert, the so-called guru of finance for the PNM, the civil engineer who do not know nothing, and Vishnu Dan Paul is back up for almost 9 years. They did not know what they were talking about. Professor Wall Street, we have to continue supporting this government. There is a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of headaches, but I believe the team that Mrs. Kamla has will be able to do it. And she just has to continue being transparent and ensure. And the last thing she pointed out, no set of recusals, no 115 and 120 recusals. Everybody could bid as a family member, but no 120 for any cabinet minister in her cabinet. Have a good night, Professor
Thank you,
Walsh
man.
and Uncle Tommy. We have
Good
to
night.
continue supporting the UNC government. Thank you so much. Good
Thank
night.
you, man. That's the financial guru, man. So, all right, folks, let me play some voice notes. This is from God's Child.
Remember, tonight, the Minister of Public Utilities came on television and talk about the minister who have a building for years and was empty. And as I'm talking about, we need to know who's these people. You can't just come and tease the public and say, you know who's the person, but the public doesn't know. So we can go and check the building and all itself and see. That's what I'm talking about.
Tommy, God's Child.
Mhm.
You have a good name there, you know, God's Child. Try to keep it so now. Tommy, you have a good name. God's Child. Try to keep it so. Keep it so. Keep it so, God's Child. All right? Let me get a next voice note here. Dean can't say, whoa, the ignorance is mind blowing. Donna Alexander says, blessed and safe night to Professor Washington Tommy. All them PNM ministers are draining the country. All of them is a set of bandits and thieves, a pack of crooks, and was running this country. PNM ministers only drinking champagne and punching rum and getting high and draining the treasury. Our prime minister is a bully and a Rottweiler like Rowley. She's not. Our prime minister is not a bully and a Rottweiler like Rowley. She's the mother of TNT. KFC, welcome. KFC inside.
Mr. Washington, I will have Monroe.
Here I William Monroe.
From the county red culture. Last night.
Listen now, something does resurrect them fellas and them, you know.
I'm telling you, boy.
What?
I doesn't be hearing them for the last 9 years. Them that's coming out just so right.
But KFC, not even for the last. How about the last year? Last year, just last year.
Yeah.
Eh? All right. Last 6 months. No, all right. Last 3 months when the election was called. Last 3 months.
Yeah, but I want to hear we saw. I was saying that and so certain platform and thing. But Mr. Washington, God child, I got to Joseph son.
I think I want to think Godchild is pro UNC. Yeah? I want to believe that. But Godchild, yeah, I want. No, I don't know. I want to believe that. But Godchild, go ahead.
We put enough mass in them, Mr. Washington. We have a government to defend.
Oh God.
We can't lapse with the government, you know.
Yeah.
2015, the 2015, you know. Remember the PNM have, I see a big ugly man there, every night he on social media. Right now, the big belly pastor there right now on the network.
Yeah.
That woman we used to be calling Jenny coming out on a Friday.
But hey, you know who she was interviewing?
be aware and bonfire and evil.
But hey, KFC, you know what? See those interviewing? Mash up Walker.
Yeah, I'm interviewing Master Walker.
Yeah, mash up
Last night.
Walker. And I
This-
not wasting my
They
time
said-
with she. I not wasting my time with she.
Yeah, see, she ran out last night because
Yeah.
when people said attack shit,
Yeah,
she ran out.
I know wasting my time with she.
My man with the big wake up, bro. What's the time seeing the parrots?
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see other voice notes that we have here. Hold on, man. Prime Minister Kamala Prasad-Besas has condemned the latest incident of school violence in which 5 students were implicated in brutal and premeditated attacks on schoolmates. Listen, let them suffer whatever consequences there are, whatever consequences it is. All right? Simple. Yeah? Have Alicia from Caribbean Soul. All right. Dicky Rajkumar says, water 4 weeks now before one someone. Dicky, where you from? Listen, Tommy, another person.
Yep.
Water 4 weeks now before one someone.
Hmm.
PNM, the PNM was into water discrimination. And I could say that because I grew up in Chumaka, Clavantil. And they used to discriminate against us with respect to water. And even though they discriminate against us, they knew for a fact that them people will still go and vote for the PNM. Will you think it easy? He says no audio. No, we have audio.
Yep.
You hearing me right, Tommy?
Claro.
Yeah. There is audio, man. Let me play our next voice note here. Yeah. Hold on, eh? Mr. Labre says, good night, Wall Street and Tommy. Oh, God. Tommy.
Oi.
Giselle Jackson just sent man notice. Should I read it?
You make that call.
All right. No, I ain't wasting my time. Oh, Dicky from Siparia.
Okay.
Yeah. Water. Listen. This is what he says. Water 4 weeks now before once a week. 4 weeks now. They're getting water. Under the PNM, once a week. All you. And listener. Wait up, eh? I have a voice note here. Let me play this one.
Good night, Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, and to everybody out here. You see how Rowley taught them well? To lie, that's a Pinocchio bossy. Guys, why we're still in the days of Pinocchio. Man, they knows when I reach Tobago first, they like to lie. And Penny come now, weak belly Penny come now, right? To follow fashion, all what she seen Kamala and them doing. But she still can't step foot in Kamala's shoes because she's weak. And worse yet, look at the weak side she has with her. Faris, Marvelous Marvin, Keith Scotland, all who sat down there, but and all of them who sat down there and helped Rowley destroy this country and the citizens of this country. Look, you're right, Wall Street. They say that Kamala and I'm not doing anything. No, she's sleeping, right? Because the press conference started late. But what they forget, or they didn't know, but they like to run them out while she running her business, right? It was the Commonwealth Parliamentary Apprentice Program I think was going on. So all that came into it. But what I find they should do is that advertise it later. So even if she start before the hour, it will be okay. But if you hear them running them out,
yep.
And you see, Look at how many points Van Dana and them brought up.
Please. Yeah.
You ever heard rowdy ministers and them coming here and saying anything so?
Nope.
No. You ever hear the reporters and them laughing after a press conference?
No.
So?
No. No.
No. It was only because they had to hang their head in shame after. Because of Rowley and Young Lai.
Yeah.
There's such a big difference. But you know what happened to them Wall Street is that these PNMIs, the Pinocchio posse, they can't handle that. And while I'm talking about the Pinocchio posse, there's another one called the Workers' Right Platform, but that's more like the Workers' Wrong Platform. Because they, like the Google man, right? The Pasta Salad man, talking about Anil was wrong with the board, the members of the board and all kind of thing. Look at now. I don't know why they don't just hush them out. Because he continue making them feel looking shame and useless. Thanks a lot and have a good night.
You know, I have to be honest, I was surprised that my partner Renison Jeff is Renison Jeffrey, right? Renison in charge of the Workers' Right Platform. And I don't have a problem he's supporting Kizelle Jackson. You could do that. But I find they kind of going left with left side. They're going left. And they started to attack the UNC. You understand?
Yep.
Yeah, he went kind of left. Tommy, have any voice note there? I want to play part of this.
I want from Bitcoin.
Go ahead, play.
Professor Walsh, what's wrong with you? They have to interview Minister Marsha Walker. She's the Minister of Macro in Kamala business. You know what she posts up tonight when Kamala come and give the press briefing? He says she late. She not on time to come and give the press briefing. But she have to come out of that. So she get the answer she wanted. Look, she husband is a total gay man. He has no control over that, right? She is just Minister of Macro in Kamala business, right? Oh, she's doing Macro whole day and bring us sort of fake news all over the place. She ain't get what she wanted, right? She was Julia Jones. Julia Jones report. Why the hell she ain't go there and ask that question if she was Julia Jones report? She didn't ask Keith probably for none. She want this Prime Minister to give she everything one time. Johnny comes see late here. All of them lip this zip, right? Or they want everything one time. And we she is Marsha the Mako Walker. How about good day, gentlemen?
No, it's Marsha Walker. Marsha Walker. All right, folks, I want you all to take a listen. We're not going to play all of it. But I don't understand where William Monroe come from. I don't understand it. But all right, so folks, holy calls. I want to play this. I want to get to this. I want to play at least a few minutes of this. All right? Let's go. Hold on. I want you all to listen to this. Tommy, did you see this?
No, play it.
All right, let me play it.
Hello. This is Mr. William Monroe. This morning, I am here to discuss and to speak about the problem and their strategy that the PNM, what they have done to African people in Trinidad and Tobago. And
Tommy.
You just wake up. You just wake up.
Mr. Monroe, you was living in Trinidad and Tobago? Nah. I feel, Tommy, he went back up the islands.
I feel so too.
Nah. Let me listen to that again. Nah. No. Let me listen to that again, to be sure.
Hello. This is Mr. William Monroe. This morning, I am here to discuss and to speak about the problem and their strategy that the PNM, what they have done to African people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Tommy?
Uh-huh.
How long were we saying Kamala Prasad was to reduce the amount of black people living below the poverty line from 19.8% to 17.3%?
Remember,
the PNM government in the last 9 years.
We only had 6 people listening at a time.
Oh.
6.5.
Oh, we only had 6.5 listening. All right. So for the 6.5 that was listening, right? We told them this PNM government, former government, increase it from 17.3% to 26.3%, the highest in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Monroe, you didn't even know that? Many of the things he's saying here, anyway, let me listen to him, man. Let me give him a few minutes.
And I'm saying to you, over the years, the PNM have been in government over 40 years, 40-something years. And they always pretend that they're looking after the African people and fooling them, completely fooling them. Because let us do some statistics. And I will start on asking you. We are number one in terms of the population. Now listen to this. If you are not checking the mix, then the Indians are in front in the population. But when you check an orange juice, if you take a cup of orange juice and you put water in it, it is still orange juice. So all the mix is African. So then we become the majority in the population. We are in the majority. When it comes to economically or financially viable, we are in the bottom of the barrel. It's no maybe.
Tommy,
he just discovered that.
Tommy, what? Tommy, remember I used to ask the question. Name one socio-economic statistics under the PNM where black people are at the top one. And then since I couldn't get one, I asked to give me top 3. He couldn't see that. He couldn't see that.
He wasn't part of the 6.5.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Let me listen.
About it. Over 40 years, the PNM fooled the African. It's no maybe about it. And I'm going to show you. If you can show me 10 lucrative African businessmen in Trinidad and Tobago, visible then, you can see that more or less they can just sign a check probably for $1 million or more. If you can show me 10, well then, something wrong with me then. Because I haven't seen 10. And I was checking around and I didn't even see 5.
Okay, Arthur Engel Worthington Schmidt.
Chinese businesses have in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, all the Syrians involved in business and the Indians, well, then they control all the business. They hard with the jobs, so this and this. But they work hard for that because I always say Trinidad and Tobago was built by the African and the Indians. So I have no problem with that. But the Syrian, well, you know, they dig out the eyes of your grandfather and family and come with the cloth and the different things and fool and who they fool and then they still fooling. The PNM give all the contract to the Syrian and the Indians and none to Africa. And there's no...
All you see why I didn't have to listen to William Monroe. All you understand now why I say the PNM should never see the corridors of power again in Trinidad and Tobago. They're wicked, evil, disingenuous, deceitful, conniving, heinous. The PNM is responsible for black people, the plight of black people in Trinidad and Tobago today. They're evil and wicked. They should never ever. We don't give us penny, 2 cents, 1 cent, 5 cents, 10 cents. All of them. Let them sit on the bench for 20 years. 2 decades, as a matter of fact, 40. Them was in power 10, multiplied by 4, 40 years, let them sit on the bench. We don't want to see them. We don't want to hear from them.
Maybe about it, if you look about, you cannot see no viable businessman in terms of an African man doing and get no multi-million-dollar contract until they always tell you that we don't have the tools and the equipment to do that. But I know if they had given us the contract, we would have received loans and benefit from the bank, so we would be able to do the contract easy and lucratively. Laventille never failed the PNM yet. And it would not have taken the PNM $2 billion to change the look on the face of Laventille.
Tommy.
Yep.
I think he was listening to us all this time and wait until after the election to come and talk this. The Laventille to Wall Street Empowerment Center under the PNM. That's why I don't want to hear Penny on them. I don't want to hear Penny on them. Penny, Foster Goins, a la carte Rowley, what is the other one name? The fella, the communication fella. What is his name again? Whatever his name is.
No,
I
Reagan.
don't want. Yeah. The nose breaker. Whatever the fella is, the nose breaker. Yeah? Yep. We don't want to hear them. We don't want to hear them.
Not and the way they spend money in feasibility and all the different things, billions of dollars. So $2 billion was nothing to spend to change the whole look of that Laventille area. And I'm saying over 40 something years up to now, some of the people in Laventille still using latrine and those kind of outdoor toilets. That is totally unfair. Totally unfair. And I'm saying the PNM ignore and fool the African people too long. So we have to get serious and understand the way we're going forward. It's no baby about it, how we are going forward in the future.
And then, Tommy, when educated, intelligent black people decide no longer they're going to allow the PNM to fool black people, and we decide, you know what? We going over to the UNC, right? You know what that's called? Oh, they sell out, they this, they that, all kind of things that they call us. And when under the UNC, black people prosper. Under the PNM, they suffer.
We have to stand firm, and whosoever is there today, because for that matter, the government was saying that the PNM government was saying they give African people what African people want. We give them education, and the way in which they speak about the education, like if the monies that you have to spend for the education come from the pocket of the grandmother, leave that wealth, the oil and the gas and the pitch and everything, that belongs to we. They're only supposed to govern it for us. So they're not giving us no education. And that is out of the question completely. When it comes to favor, did any way an African man come and ask them for a favor or to go forward positively, they put stumbling block in this way. I just want to use one for that matter, the Mecca. That is where movie song is. Everyone, most of the people, and I can't say everyone, but most of the people, HW people, will know that that property there was belonging to me, leased by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. The cadastral sheet was signed by the late Hassan Ali.
We're here for our convertible.
No audio, no audio.
Yes, let me say this. Let me take this call. KFC, welcome. KFC.
Hi, Mr. Wall Street.
Yeah, man.
The man in a red couch and all in white. You know, wake up 40 something years.
Yeah.
You know, my man like William Mono no comment and tell black people, PNM, do you like black people?
After the election. After the election.
Delete that show.
You supposed to be prominent in the black brothers and sisters a long time in this West corridor, or they wake up and see all the PNM street black people. When PNM don't come out, they show black people. When's the election time? Short of the European CPEP. Take the vote. You know the person sitting in that chair. And you won't live in Laventille and live in there anymore. Instead of going back and full back, wicked, nasty man, Scotland. Something wrong with them down there, Mr. Washington. Accuse that black man. Before Mr. Rowley was the Prime Minister, come on by you roll out cap and tell me talk to him concerning to build the Washington program. They mash down that.
Yep.
Look at the Piccadilly school. It's still a simple school. You remember Kamala Prasad Pessoa there for 2010 to 2015. She built a three-story school in Roselle. But Monroe will run here, like you're running low.
Yeah.
But sometimes you got to listen to the message to it.
Yeah, no, you got to listen. Yeah, you got to listen.
But too late.
Yeah,
Too
yeah.
late. You're wicked too much. Monroe, you're wicked too.
Too little, too late.
Mr. Washington.
Yeah.
You need to go.
I don't know.
Go on.
Yeah, man. Southwestern, welcome. All right, Southwestern gone.
I have some voice notes.
Hold on. Let me take this call. Mr. Florida, welcome.
Hey, good night again, Mr. Answer, Mr. Tommy. Mr. Answer, Mr. Tommy.
Yes.
I know hear this man, this gentleman speak. He not see no African businesses. Where were you, sir?
Where was he
when
all the time?
African Exim Bank was coming in Trinidad? Where were you, sir?
Where he was all the time?
Yeah, when the Afro Bank was coming in Trinidad and they said they want to bring it in because of our taxes. Where were you? Why you didn't protest for that? Because if that bank had come here, a lot of people would have been owning businesses and they would have been better off. Look on this then.
Yeah, man. Southwestern, welcome. Southwestern, welcome.
WZYE 95.9 FM.
Caller, welcome. Caller. COP.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
Professor Wall Street, good night to you.
Good night.
And good night to you, Uncle Tommy, again.
Yeah.
Good night again.
You know, Trinidad and Tobago had a lot of respect for that brother.
Yeah.
Mr. Monroe. They had a lot of respect for Mr. Monroe. But Mr. Monroe should be ashamed of himself to come out after election and speak like that.
After the election, COP.
When Selwyn Kojo was speaking and Keith Rowley and them was disrespecting them, and because Selwyn Kojo was saying the same thing.
Yep.
Why he didn't come out and say, no, look, you can't speak, that is a fact, and that is truth. William Monroe. Why he wasn't saying them thing? After the, remember, William Monroe was paying them activists and them for the Black Caucus, thousands of dollars. It had somebody working for $10,000 and $12,000 to support the PNM and to support the Black Caucus. And for 10 years, 9 years, 7 months, and 28 days, William Monroe wasn't saying nothing. Over 7,000 African people lose the job in Petrotrain. I see them down Point 14, African people, Monroe. You see that too. All senior African people on the knees in Point 14, begging the PNM and Keith Rowley for the money, for the back pay, for the gratuity, for the health plan, for them not to lose the health plan. And we never hear you come out and say PNM treating the people them bad. We never hear that. We hearing that 5 weeks after the general election. That things you want to get through with, Monroe. But it's real sad to see is the black leaders and them, the wealthy black people and them, that keep a blind eye to the black communities and them development. And when they get voted out, then they come out and speak that the community is suffering. That is a low blow. That is a low blow. It's attacking the UNC there. William Monroe, I feel you should be ashamed of yourself to come out and say that. Would apologize to the African community for staying quiet for 9 years, 7 months, and 28 days. Apologize to the African community. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Southwestern, welcome. Southwestern. Hey, Southwestern, welcome.
Good night to you, Professor and Uncle Tommy.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
I would like to make a movement down here and lobbying to get the Honorable Miss Kamala Prasad name on top of that building.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, with your, so I'm pushing it, right?
Yeah, man.
So
Senator
that
Ma,
was an accident.
yeah, whoever it is, Senator, you know, I pushing that full 100. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you were the first one. What I mean, openly on your media, through your medium, right?
Yeah.
And I see people talking about it and highlighting it and asking if it's a good thing to do.
Right.
Now I continue your program and changing it.
No. You're fine. You're fine. We just start that up every day. Every day we just start that up.
Yeah. Yeah. So every talk show I call, I'm pushing it.
Yeah, man.
I'm lobbying so that we can get it done.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now on you see the African diaspora. Now I won't talk about the African diaspora tonight. I'll talk about the East Indian diaspora. You know what? So the guys are racial. So I'll take a question. In 1847, the East Indian and them leave India to come to the New World. When they came to the New World, they had nothing. Right? Only what they walk with in their hand. And they sat down and they labor and they build. And it was no easy task. Well, it had a race came in 17 and 1600 to the New World, working generation after generation, putting up everything for nothing. And yet still, when the few who get educated and know about business, they never turn around to hold their brother's hand and pull them up. They trample on their brothers and see how they can twist it to benefit their own self. So maybe now, after 10 years of sweet governance and nothing, you're here now, it have activists in the old Black Party saying that it's time we open and remove the black from it and put that all inclusive. So you see now, Professor and Uncle Tommy?
Yeah.
The narrative is not for elevation, it's for suppression. Have a good night.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Right, good night to
Tommy,
you.
you have a voice note there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
William Monroe, you're talking your garbage. Why didn't you say that to Mr. Gerard Small when you run him out of your building before the election? You say he couldn't rent the building when the man make a down payment on it and you move him out. You only come to sing now because the PNM went office, right? So you're singing for your supper now. And look where you on, Dr. Rowdy Red Couch. I wonder if you pass the dogs and the parrot and the steps of the Victory. All of this product and Red Couch is over. All you listeners, Dr. Rowdy, to come and pay a visit to know. How about the Professor watching out to Tony?
Let me take this call. Caller, welcome. Defender.
Correct. William Monroe is the Black Christopher Columbus. He now discovered black people under privilege in this country, under the PNM. He didn't realize that all the time he needed supporting them before the election. Hail the new Christopher Columbus, William Monroe. Hail.
Okay, that's it.
All right, go ahead, Defender. Yeah, man.
See you, Defender.
Some questions, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if Mr. Monroe came out because the modern nation talk about rental of buildings. Mr. Monroe, who owned the building on Duke Street where Ministry of Labor is? Just asking. I wonder if it's die while you find your voice. I was asking in the worksheet.
Yeah.
Making no assumptions there. I was asking.
Voice
Who
of
owned the
convenience,
building
boy.
by Duke Street?
Voice
By
of
the Pan
convenience. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So you don't have to tell me I was.
Yeah, man. Bless. Miss Santa Cruz, welcome. Miss Santa Cruz, welcome.
Good night again, Wall Street.
Yeah.
I got up to make a cup of ginger tea. When I came back, I saw a corpse looking like person sitting on a red couch. I thought something wrong with the program. We're talking about William Monroe.
Yeah.
No, I'm in shock because this was the same man who refused to give the COPD office down the road.
Yeah.
And this was
Stand
not
by, stand by.
no about no flush the toilet until okay, no. This is not the same man who had PEP when they didn't want to rent his building on Duke Street.
Yeah.
But you see now you have seen power, so mouth open, all the stories jumping out.
Correct.
So he tried to secure the rent on his building. Then that is why he's talking so. And I wonder how Gordon and Cheryl and all of them feel it to hear what it is that man say, what PNM did to black people.
Correct.
When Selwyn Cudjoe said it, they cussed the man.
Yeah.
You know all when they talk about the African people,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now you're hearing William Monroe saying it. How they feeling now?
Mm-hmm.
They're not feeling ashamed to hear that the PNM, he said that the PNM took advantage of the African people. Oh God, I'm feeling shame for them. But you know what he looking at?
Miss Santa Cruz, you went out for a little bit.
I think I help them. Thanks a lot, Wall Street. Take care. Have a good night.
All right. Yeah. Tommy, go ahead. Take it. Tommy, go ahead. Take it.
Concern, I see a news report on Facebook where Dr. Rowley make a comment.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello?
Rowley describes PNM deadly force statement as madness. Yes. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, see that what the Prime Minister said about the respect to the borders, and if she see any, and she suggests that the Coast Guard should take, authoritative step with respect to protecting the borders, and if they see any identifying the people vessels coming to the country that takes aggressive step. He said that is madness. What do you think about this man, boy? This man, well, something wrong with Rowley, boy. But see, there are nothing to say. But we have to defend our nation because it is territorial waters. Because if you go into Venezuela water, they will shoot at you,
That's right.
Them people ain't easy. You understand? But I like the press conference tonight with the Prime Minister and her team. They're on the ball. They're letting people know. Some people find the thing, but they're letting people know what is taking place and the kind of money was wasted and mismanaged with respect to the people of this country. Professor and Uncle Tommy, thank you very much for this show. I enjoy it a lot. I call it from Crib. God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you, Crib.
Yeah. Have any other one?
No.
All right. I want you guys to listen to this. Listen to this.
But Carlson Phillips found himself an opponent to the PNM after leaving the party. A.N.R. Robinson, to many, the most politically distinguished and accomplished citizen that Trinidad and Tobago has ever had, also found himself as an opponent of the PNM. And then you get to arguably the wealthiest African in the history of the Caribbean, Lawrence Dupre and Cyril Dupre, who started CLICO. They were seen as enemies of the PNM, went and supported the UNC party. Now, it's not enough, and this is my point here to my people, in particular on the grassroots level, who have defended the PNM political party for so long. We have had this awful, implosive, self-destructive habit of attacking every single African who has an opinion against the PNM party. That, beloved, has hurt you much more than it has helped you. We have this habit of throwing accusations and implications on Africans who support other political parties in the PNM, and we use this term, eat a food. That's not working anymore. Cyril Dupre was the richest African in Trinidad, period. Was he eating the food? Jack Warner, again, on the world stage, And the only reason that they brought him down really was because of the whole hosting of the World Cup bids from 2018 in Russia, Ukraine, and 2022 in Qatar, which was given back in 2014. Was he eating the food? Carl Hudson Phillips, who went on to be one of the most successful lawyers, was he eating the food? And now, even with distinguished Africans such as Professor Salman Kudjo, brilliant educator, professor overseas, former Attorney General John Jeremy, you even have people like Carlos John, who was in the UNC. I am saying to us, you have to stop accusing every African who is not part of your party as being a sellout, as eating a food, as trying to get some money, because many of those same Africans are giving handouts, not getting handouts. And on the whole thing of selling out, sad to say, but that accusation is being redirected inward because many are seeing the PNM party as a means to prop up, support, and protect the wealth of the 1%.
Tommy, they call you an I sellout, eh?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Of course.
Yeah, we sell out. Yeah, we sell out. You understand? Yeah, we sell out. Yeah, Caribbean Soul, thank you. Put your closing comment. Put your closing comments in the chat. Hold on, KFC. Put your closing comments in the chat. Put your closing quotes and send your closing voice notes. Yeah, go ahead, KFC.
I am Mr. Wall Street.
Yeah.
Okay. 179 or something really wrong with people and them, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something really wrong with you know. I think I really can a man come on a platform and see disappointing the African people in emancipation. Thing is separate, you know.
Yeah.
I used to be listening to that pundit, Pastor Sad Mirage.
Yeah.
You know that program on a Wednesday and shows. I used to be listening to that man. That man will be fighting for plan them by fighting for plan them and them on top of the ladder. We here before them.
And them black PNM people, that's fight down the PNM people. Look at the Laventel to Wall Street Empowerment Center. Not one PNM activist. None of them. Zero one of them supported that. None of them.
You was a millionaire.
You are one of the richest black men in Trinidad and Tobago. And CL Financial. And this, but see, KFC, listen. This PNM government, right? I mean, they strip CL Financial and sell it all to the 1%. Most of it to the 1%. I could tell you that. I know that.
The PNM must have Washington. Let be ready and should the PNM government is not a black government, it's a 1% government.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't like black people at all.
They only like black people for their votes. That is it.
Yeah, to use black people and go.
After you get your vote.
Nasty PNM and them trying to feel like a brainwash younger generation now. With them dinosaur thinking politics in the mind. But Mr. Washington, William Monroe, me was in the spectrum.
Yeah, I remember that.
Don't move it down there.
Yes, I remember that.
You didn't know down there?
Yeah.
Who take that Mr. from him?
Yeah, he talked about that in the video. We just can't play it. He talked about that.
Syrians and Chinese going down there.
Yeah.
When Monroe and all the wicked, evil black. When we cost them,
no, don't cost.
When somebody come out and defending the black brothers and sisters, they're coming out now. You're waiting on something, and you will not believe my book should it. I person the pantende.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, man. Folks, put your closing comments in the chat and put your closing comments and your closing quotes in the chat and send your closing voice note. You see, folks, it's very simple. Anderson, you had 2 minutes before the top of the hour.
Mr. Wall Street, Uncle Tommy,
good night.
KFC, Carnage, to all sensible callers and listeners. Good night. This William Monroe. I think before the 2 minutes,
Well, she had called Aisha Welch. Remember, she was the Red Army hustling the 200 for registration.
And
No,
this,
you laugh at that.
and this, we go call she Sunday.
Right? I listened from start. And I want to compliment you.
Anderson, stay by the Wi-Fi pole now, man. You're moving.
Yeah.
Stay by the Wi-Fi pole. Stay by the lamppost now, man, Anderson.
But then let's say Gordon George and there's cousin.
Yeah.
Yes, Anderson, I don't know if there's Gordon man in calling. His son, some mother. I said, no, don't cause him, man, mother.
No cost.
Yeah, there's one of us, boy, there's cuss. Oh, George, I mean, on the next program, you'll call Aisha Belcher. Let me get to the bottom of this. And William Mano. William Mano. Something wrong with the people of it. Something wrong with other crew of it. That bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes, too late.
Leave it.
Too late, boy.
Yeah, leave it.
I go call you. You know when I call you, and I use the mother see I manual, and I want I can't do it on the radio.
Yeah.
I said, what should be the? I said, what should be? What is wrong with William? Look, you know, man, you lost talk bullshit later.
Oh God, boy. And the snow must cost there, boy. Folks, we're gonna go for. You have a voice now?
It's probably closing remarks from Bitcoin and from Central.
All right, so let me take it after. All right, let's go for the break, folks. We're gonna take that break. It's in the village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. All your guy Griffith just send my message. Let me read it for you quick. Rationale for my Gary Griffith drafting the Ministry of Defense for the Prime Minister. I'm not going to read the whole thing. The impetus behind establishing the Ministry of Defense was to ensure that the Prime Minister is thoroughly equipped with accurate, timely, and strategic guidance when confronting any real or perceived external threat, whether from a hostile nation, mercenary forces, or terrorist group. To fulfill this mandate, the ministry must be composed of highly trained, qualified, and experienced professionals with deep expertise in military strategy, armed conflict, and international defense protocol. The role is twofold. First, to provide clear strategic counsel on de-escalating confrontation through informed measures responses, and second, to be perpetually prepared with comprehensive defensive strategies to safeguard national sovereignty and security against any external aggression. This structure ensures that national leadership is never unprepared and the defense apparatus functions not only reactively, but proactively with wisdom, precision, and foresight. Gary Griffith. Gary, you would have had a great opportunity to implement your wisdom and experience, and you decided to attack the UNC all throughout the last election when the UNC was in opposition, and you should have been attacking the PNM. We'll be right back, folks.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's In the Village with Uncle Tommy, Professor Warshid, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to 20,000 subscribers, and that's because of you. And we want to say thank you very much for supporting us here at WZYE 95.9 FM. And of course, Tommy, I had to read that from Gary because I felt that They didn't handle the situation correctly by attacking the UNC when
Yeah,
the PNM was in power.
he shot himself in the foot.
Shot himself in the foot. He shot himself in the foot. Yeah? He
Yep.
shot himself in the foot.
Yep.
He would have a great opportunity.
He would have
You
stepped
understand?
right into the defense.
Correct is right. And okay, let me play my closing quote, and then I'm gonna get to the other closing comments. All right, here we go.
Today is Good morning, God. Today is Thursday, Father, June 5th. And before the world starts rushing outside, I pause and turn my heart to you. Thank you, Lord, for waking me up once again, for the miracle of life, for the breath in my lungs, and for the gift of a new beginning, even when things feel heavy. May this day bring lightness to my soul. If I feel tired, may I find shelter in your strength. If my heart feels heavy, wrap me in your peace like a warm blanket. And if I feel lost, let your voice guide me back. Visit my home, my work, my thoughts. Calm every storm, hold what's about to fall, and shine a light where I cannot see. This Thursday, Lord, may everything begin and end under the light of your care. I don't want to rush ahead or be left behind. I just want to walk with you, steady heart, eyes on faith. Take my hand, God, and make this day a bridge between faith and victory. Amen. If this prayer touched your heart, like, follow, and share. Your faith.
From where I said this is it, the clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Remember, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Go ahead, Tommy.
Today's quote is from Paul Quill, and it's on motivation. And it goes like this: you would never be able to escape from your heart, so it's better to listen to what it has to say. You will never be able to escape from your heart, so it's better to listen to what it has to say. Like I always say, you, the man in the mirror, you have to become that change that you want to see. However, when you look in that mirror, if you don't like what you see, you cannot blame the mirror. Never look down on a person unless you're giving them a hand up. Love you all. Be safe. We see each other on Sunday, God willing, on our political platform.
Go ahead, Tommy. Play the voice notes.
Whose voice note?
Yeah, let me take this call on me, man.
Colonel
Yes.
Professor,
KFC, hold on.
Gordon Dragon, Joseph Maloney, Committee Maloney to talk. So after the revelation tonight with the Prime Minister was talking about all these youths who involved in violence and something in the school. I want to lay down a challenge to Gordon Dragon Maloney. Yeah, let's talk about you want to help your country and all kind of things. You form a group and go in somebody's at-risk school and give out religious instruction, right? With your free time. Because you're saying that how you want to improvement in the country. So I'm giving you a challenge. Since they talk so much about God, go out there in the school nearest to you, that is an at-risk school, and do some religious instruction with the children and them there, and see if you can help them out of the state they're in to be doing some other violence and other schoolmates, right? And I could carry Cheryl Henry and Patricia Reed and company with you as support, because we know what it is like to get as PNM, right? So all the PNM go up in the school and help the children and them there to become better citizens for the future. Right, Gordon, Dryden, Maloney, Boloney, I give you a challenge. Have a good day, Uncle Tommy and Professor Ward.
Yeah. KFC, go ahead.
I go let Mr. Washington and Uncle Tommy, man.
Man.
And tell son we meet again, man.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Washington.
Yeah.
David Mohammed. Who
Mm.
could David Mohammed at Peace Island?
Kamala Prasad Besesa.
40-something years William Mono talking. We know you know coming from emancipation coming to your land. Will you call it the own?
Nah.
You see something really wrong with we by? We just voting an oppressive, evil, wicked PNM. Another black man thinking they say we sell out.
Yep.
I sell out since I bought. I never like it PNM. I saw PNM shoot people in the East West corridor who concerned voting. PNM look at laugh and TNM places. It's something really wrong with me. No, Mr. Washington. You make boy, Mr. Washington, but me go for me. Until Sunday.
Yeah, man.
Again, boy.
Sunday.
We have a nice program today, boy. Bless.
Bless. Yeah. Go ahead, Tommy. You have one?
One more.
Good night, Mr. Walsh and Uncle Tommy. I want to say that with respect to the information coming out from the press release today with the Prime Minister and our ministers, it is so alarming that recently we come to talk about CPEP go lost a job. But you see the kind of games that is played with respect to talking about integrity and management, and look at the kind of things that is coming out in the open now with respect to the way they transact business with respect to the finances of this country, right? They don't care about nobody. And I mean, I want to say that you all are really, really trying to educate our African brothers and sisters in this nation, right? And it is very good for what you all are doing. And I want to say that I am a man of the struggle. I was in the struggle from way back with Makandal Daga and them fellas and them, right? The guerrilla warfare, and I was in that, right? Until yesterday, and a brother talking, they don't want to see Indian and African unite. But we are one people. We is one race of people. No matter what we might think or say. Because if we die, we all goes go back to the earth. But the spirit is something that we cannot see, and that is the spirit that is all man. So brothers and things, I want to see that. Look at Rory, they talk under the PNM, they say there's a black people party. There's no black people party. They don't care about nobody. Them is the 1% party. Look what's going on. Look at the kind of rent and buildings that they have to talk. They doesn't have any kind of lease for and rentals going on. You understand? So gentlemen, this is my 2 cents, right? I am glad that we have this platform educating people and let people get away from this kind of feeling people about this kind of release thing. Have a man call and say how a man calling a program and say he votes for the UNC and this fella tell me he rather suffer under the PNM. You understand? So you see how they must think. Okay, brothers, have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Bless.
Thank you.
Let me take this other voice. Don't you?
Time for closing comments and quotes. Yeah. So we better off now than when the program first started. So how much people that's coming on this platform with their own contribution? How much of them that's coming to respond to somebody else's contribution because they don't have anything of their own? How much of them could discuss the issue that anybody raise without talking about how they head big, how they color black, how they nose square? Eh? That shows the level of maturity when it comes to discussion, to dialogue. It can't be done without calling some kind of name and all kind of thing, boy. So 5 years, this is what we are to get. This is what we are to get for 5 years. That's why you see, I love God, good. He never disappoints. Never disappoint. Yeah? Have a good night. Talk to him.
That's it, you had it, Tommy? That's it?
That's it.
Let's see if I have Donna Alexander says, good night, sweet sleep, God bless you all. Blessed and safe night to you both. Thank you, Donna. All right, let's go to the chat. Patricia says, may the love of God walk with you and comfort you with strength, peace, and joy. Blessed night, you and Uncle Tommy. Thank you, Patricia. Okay, that's it. Okay. Okay. All right. Closing comments, folks, from the chat. Beyond Clement says, closing comment. Antonio Toppin in East Roxbury, lock on, stay safe. Welcome, Antonio. Yeah, we had it before. Monica Ramkisoon, be safe, bless, sleep well in Jesus' name. Amen. Psalm 27, Psalm 91. As a matter of fact, Monica, every morning I wake up, I read Psalms 21, 27, and Psalms 91 as well. Troy Smith says, bless good night to all villagers. Nice show as usual. Semantic 62 says, man is not what he thinks he is what he hides. Patricia Pancho says, good night, thanks to you and Uncle T for educating everyone. Bremer Hall says, good night, everyone. Sweet dreams to all, both the good and the not so good. Miss Santa Cruz said, a shame for Cheryl Reed, Gordon, Banmea, etc. Look how Monroe talking about how PNM treat African people. But all they're talking about sellout and Lake Bam African. Yeah, correct is right. Caribbean Soul says, ability is what you are capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do. Attitude determines how well you will do it. There you have it. Susan Lalchan says, good night, all you beautiful people. Sleep well and have an awesome day tomorrow. God's blessing. Ms. Santa Cruz closing comment, when the argument is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser. Socrates. That's one of my favorite quotes too. And Patricia Pancho said, Mr. Wall Street, this man repeating everything you have been saying for a long time. Yeah. Gen Z Paul says, Wall Street and Tommy, let's keep pushing forward together for a better, brighter country. The work has just begun. Judy Ali says, God lead and we follow. Monica Ramkisoon says, blessings, everyone. So, folks, good night and see you on Sunday. On Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, and you. We are out of here. All right? And we see you on Sunday.
Laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest. It's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged. Hey, tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochen workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubble billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money. The end is here. Security. PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say PNM dead. Even the 1% say the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making. The DMO leaving. PNM dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP. No more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. One, restart the economy. Two, health sector immediate victory. Abolish crime, put sports on the front line. Four, every pipe must have water. Five, roads smooth as six. Provide people with work. UNC and making jokes. Tell them drilling say PNM dead. Social media say the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough, the put a spin. Inside sources say PNM dead. Tell them Arnold say PNM dead. Police, army and prison say the party dead, dead, dead. Election night flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hearse ready. Read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamala say PNM dead. some of the members say the party dead, dead, dead. When the carrot come leaders hear what's up, seems like not one of them was in shock. Put them in one big box. B&M dead. Tell them Mooney Lal say B&M dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make investors not coming for the week. No more ice cream and cake. B&M dead, dead, dead. The Red Party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still lawlessness. 1. UNC on a mission 2 to correct the school system. 3. End poverty and clean up TNT. 4. Speed up the housing process. 5. Lower taxes. 6. Revamp we energy. Bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamala say B&M dead. Petrochain workers say the party dead, dead, dead. Bubble billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money. The end is scarcity. B&M dead. Hey, tell them Mooney Lal say B&M dead. Even the 1% say